to kick into this, so I welcome Richard Goodyear, who is now over Zoom to speak. Sorry, Richard, you're on mute. There you go.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ngā mihi nui. Very interesting to watch all you guys gather for this important hui from up here looking down. Interesting perspective to be at. Thank you for inviting me in today. I don't have a lot of technical arguments for my submission, but I just want to generally make the case to be supportive of the idea of pedestrianising the Golden Mile. To me, it is a hugely important step for our city. I want to be in a city where I feel joy coming into the city, where I feel a certain sort of happiness and lightness about wandering around, about being able to access the things that I love about Wellington, about Whanganui-a-Tara. And I see the Golden Mile as absolutely a key to that. We've got the beautiful harbour on one side, we've got the beautiful ngahere with the bush on the other side, and down the centre we have our Golden Mile. And for me, being able to walk and being able to be on foot is the thing that unites us as citizens. For most of us, we can walk around the city, and so being able to have that be the primary way of transporting ourselves around the city is hugely important. I see a city where I can be in a shop 1 minute and I can safely nip across the road to a cafe on the other side. I can see someone, wave to them, and go across and see them. I want to be able to walk through our city. I want to be able to bike through our city. I want it to be wheelchair friendly as well. And to do this, I would like to see the cars be removed from the entirety of the Golden Mile. In general, I love the proposals that you guys have put forward. And I know that when we talk about pedestrianising, we have all sorts of arguments put up against it. And what I also know is that we will solve those problems. There will always be all sorts of many problems that we have to solve. And of course, we need to have support for our support vehicles. And we will work our way through all those many problems. But in general, what I want to see as someone who absolutely loves Wellington City is to be able to arrive on the Golden Mile. And from that point on, I know that I can just walk everywhere. I don't want to have to deal with cars as I walk through my city. Obviously, we need to have smart car parking. We need to have really good access to the Golden Mile, to the edge of it, so that we can enjoy it. But once we're on it, we shouldn't have to deal with cars. We should have a really efficient transport system through the centre of it, and we should be able to hop on our bikes and get from one end to the other. It's a perfect sized strip of road for exactly that. I should be able to arrive at the train station from the Wairarapa where I live and park my bike up somewhere down the end, and then when I need to get down to Tory Street, I'll hop on the bike I go, or get on a bus, or just walk. So for me, it's hugely important. It will just bring the joy back to the Golden Mile, and it will just make a beautiful city for us to be in. So I do not, as I said at the start, I do not have lots of technical solutions to the issues, but I just am very confident that we will be able to solve them together as a city. And so I am fully supportive of pedestrianising the Golden Mile.
Kia ora, Richard. I have a question from Councillor Paul.
Right.
Morning, Richard. I just see that in the background there it says school, and so I was just wondering, are you a teacher? And if so, could you give us maybe, do you have conversations with parents about what's being proposed for this area, and or do you think it would improve kind of mobility?
Oh, yeah, great question. Thank you. To be clear, I'm a principal of a rural school in Wairarapa. So I'm not currently living in Wellington. So the conversations with parents that I have are about road safety in general. And so where I live, so this may be applicable, but I certainly can tell you that there is a growing sense amongst parents and community members where I live and all through the Wairarapa of road safety. And so I absolutely would assume that that would be true in the city as well. And certainly when I worked at Berempore School, kia ora, Laurie, I mean, it was massive. We were terrified of some of the traffic issues around Berempore. And so thank goodness there's been some action on that front. But in general, I just think our young folk and their parents support that road safety being key for them.
Thank you, Richard. That does bring us to the end of that session, but really appreciate your time. Kia ora.
Thank you very much. Good luck, everyone. See ya.
Thank you. I now welcome Richard Young to speak over Zoom.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Richard Young aho. I'm hoping that you can hear me. Excuse my steering wheel here. Look, whilst Richard was talking in very general terms, I've got probably just a mini technical submission for you. Totally supportive of the fantastic work that's been done so far on Golden Mile. Just a observation on some of the design for the cycleway and pedestrian crossing of the cycleway. I saw it on Lambton Quay on the fly-throughs, but I think it also applies to other areas. You've restricted the road down to a single lane in each direction, predominantly for buses and service vehicles. That's fine. You've also put in a two-way cycleway running parallel to that. Again, that's excellent, and that looks superb. My concern is where pedestrians are crossing the roads, there are designated pedestrian crossing signals, but those signals stop and don't extend across the cycleway. So what that means is pedestrians and cyclists will be going perpendicular to each other whilst pedestrians try and get to the edge of the road. Now, obviously, that is unsafe, and potentially what cyclists will do, and as a cyclist in Wellington myself, is if I know there's going to be people walking across effectively at random, I will probably revert to cycling in the road, which obviously is not what you're wanting. What I would suggest is look at what the colleagues in Auckland have done on Quay Street, at the bottom of Queen Street, is that where they have got a cycleway parallel to the main road, they extend the traffic signals across the road and the cycleway. So cyclists get a clear indication to stop with signals, pedestrians then cross the cycleway and the road simultaneously, rather than having this sort of haphazard thing of trying to dodge bikes and scooters through the cycleway to reach the edge of the road. I'm hoping what I've said has made sense. Happy to clarify that, because the last thing we want is for cyclists to opt to ride in the road because it's safer than riding on the cycleway. That's really the end of my little mini technical submission here. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Any questions? Councillor Calvert.
Thank you, Richard. You talked about the cycleway and improvements with traffic lights, and it almost sounds like it's almost going to be a commuter run. Are you aware that they're also intending to put a cycleway down Featherston Street parallel to the Golden Mile, or at least Lambton Quay part?
Look, I think irrespective of other cycling routes, where you have got a two-way cycleway, which is going to have hundreds of cyclists an hour using it, that's what all the data shows, is there will be unsafe conflicts between pedestrians and cyclists if pedestrians have to walk across a busy cycleway to get to the edge of the road. So from that perspective, my comments about extending the signals across the road and also across the cycleway are valid, irrespective of where there are the cycle lanes.
Okay, thank you.
We have no further questions, Richard, so we will let you hit the road again. Thank you for your time.
Thanks very much. Got jobs to do. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Wonderful. I now welcome David Bryan over Zoom. He's still connecting to audio, so while we sort that, we'll get him to speak after the next one. So I now welcome Alan Blake to speak.
Yes. Kia ora tātou. Nice to see everybody here on a lovely Wellington morning. So I'm Ellen Blake with Living Streets Aotearoa Pedestrian Advocacy Group. It's a national group and I'm part of the Wellington branch. I'm the kaitiaki of the Wellington branch. Living Streets has been deeply involved in the Let's Get Wellington Moving program from its beginning, and in fact from before that. So we have a long history in this program, and we have been very, very supportive of spending $7 billion in Wellington transport. What could be wrong with that? And making it a much nicer place to live in the central city, and also a much better place to travel through. So Let's Get Wellington, we've been very supportive of Let's Get Wellington Moving. We've gone to all the design meetings that have been available to us. We've really pushed hard to get as much pedestrian-friendly infrastructure and management in there as possible. And the Golden Mile, as you probably know, is the linchpin for the whole Let's Get Wellington Moving program. The Golden Mile has to be right to make all the rest of the Let's Get Wellington Moving program work. It is where all the buses go. It has absolutely got to be the best it can be. It is our busiest pedestrian route. So this is the number one place that people walk in Wellington, is along the Golden Mile. So it's really important that we are making it better for pedestrians. So that's my opening overall statement about that. It's the linchpin of Let's Get Wellington Moving. If it is not right, Let's Get Wellington Moving other programs will not work well. You've probably already heard that there's concerns about how the buses are going to move through there. There is no increase in capacity in the bus network moving through the Golden Mile. We've removed crossings and done other things like that. I'm going to put the public transport stuff to one side. I'm a pedestrian advocate here today. The Let's Get Wellington Moving Golden Mile program started out as a walking and bus network corridor. That is what it was supposed to achieve. We were supposed to take out all the rest of the general traffic and have a walking pedestrian place with good public transport through it. So we've had a lot of scope creep has happened since that's started. So we've ended up with a two-way cycleway. We've ended up with general traffic on Courtney Place. We've ended up with pedestrian crossings that now have to be shared with bikes. There's a whole lot of design issues that are not, to our mind, to Living Streets, the pedestrian experts, is not better pedestrian infrastructure. There's a real mishmash of which traffic goes into the Golden Mile at different times of the day and night. Allowing pretty much general traffic into Courtney Place at night time when everybody's rolling around having a good time down there, it just seems like the wrong time to let general traffic in there. So that's for pedestrians who are quite vulnerable while they're out there having a good time, which is, it's what we want, isn't it? But the bit, I guess, that really got us stuck as Living Streets is that we've also added shared paths onto the Golden Mile along Lambton Quay. The shared paths are paths that have pedestrians and cyclists on them. Shared paths are for cyclists. They are not for pedestrians. They are not good pedestrian infrastructure. Just backing up a little bit, Wellington City Council a while ago adopted the New Zealand Pedestrian Planning and Design Guide. It's been updated, it's now called the Pedestrian Network Guidance. Wellington City Council adopted that as the standard for pedestrian infrastructure. The Pedestrian Network Guidance and its predecessor do not support shared paths as infrastructure for pedestrians. It's very, very clear. They are not good pedestrian infrastructure. They are only ever recommended on low traffic, low volume areas, not on the busiest bus route in Wellington, not on the busiest pedestrian network in Wellington. We did not know that this was getting proposed in here. We did not know that there was going to be shared paths or shared crossings. So that was a bit of out of the blue, considering how much time we'd spent looking at design. So I think that Living Streets thinks that we've waited 6 years to get this far. The Golden Mile is our key linchpin route. It has to be as good as we can get it. The traffic resolution process is not a design process. It's a process setting in, the regulation for the Golden Mile. Once you've decided this, you've decided it. So I think it behoves us all to get better design. We've waited 6 years, we can wait a little bit longer. Let's get it better than it is now. This is not really a big improvement for pedestrians if we have shared paths, shared crossings, the whole traffic issue, never mind the public transport, but so people will have raised with you, I'm sure. So what I think we're asking is that keep going with the Golden Mile project. We want more pedestrian-friendly thing. We want better buses, but this needs to be better than it is to progress. So I can't see any other way but withdrawing the traffic resolutions at this time and going away and fixing them. So that is what we're asking for. There's a really missed opportunity here as well that e-scooters are not mentioned in this at all. Currently, e-scooters are not allowed on the footpath on the Golden Mile. It's really unclear where they're going to sit in this process. That's a really big oversight. The chat before was mentioning about how the traffic lights don't even cover the cycleways. That's a really big issue. It's okay for everybody here, fit able adults, no trouble, we can hop across, make things work. It's your old people, it's your children, it's your disabled people who need really good pedestrian crossings. We're just not there yet, so please don't progress this, send it back to the designers and make it right.
We have 3 councillors with questions. First, Councillor Randall.
Thank you, Alan. It's quite interesting that your comments are also reflected by the previous speaker, who's speaking from a cyclist point of view, who didn't like the shared paths either. My question is, a lot of the design around the Golden Mile includes blocking off the side streets to create a better pedestrian through thing. How important? What does that make a big difference to the pedestrian, capability for being able to walk along the Golden Mile?
It certainly does on the, I think it's the eastern side, that side, where all the side roads come in. So currently pedestrians have to wait every time people are circling around looking for their park. So I think that is a big improvement. Yeah, that's a really good design thing. We were expecting that, and that's, with nice disabled parking at each end, loading and unloading zones, all of that is a really good bit. Yeah, so it's not completely hopeless, but it's not good enough to progress.
Thank you. And Councillor Pennant, and let's just try to keep it to one question so we have time to get around the room.
I'll be really succinct. Do you accept that cycling is second in the sustainable transport hierarchy? And if we delay, how are you okay with lots of years of more work?
Cycling is the second, usually considered the second level in the sustainable transport hierarchy, with pedestrian priority first. The Golden Mile is a pedestrian priority, bus priority project. That's what it was intended as. I don't think it needs lots more years of work. A year ago when we talked about it, some of these issues weren't in there, so there's a lot of work already done. I'm pretty sure that they can, and I really appreciate that project managing this must be a nightmare and really want it to go ahead, but I think this is the time to tie ho on it, so yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. And given that you're a well-known established group, what sort of engagement has Let's Get Wellington Moving had with you over, say, the last 12 months? Because I know they've been proposing the additional cycleway through for some time now. So what engagement have they had with you specifically about this?
So I think the last time we had a good look at the detail, I think, would have been about a year ago when we did a walk around, I think, with CCS Disability and a few other groups to have a look at some of the design issues, and we did raise a lot of these issues about the cycleway then, because we're expecting the cycleway to be on Featherston Street and have links into the Golden Mile from that route. Having a two-way cycleway is a lot more complicated for people to navigate on foot. It's just and I don't know how much cyclists like them either, but
So this is the first since they went out for public consultation on the traffic resolutions. This is the first you've heard of
Well,
this
we knew the cycleway proposed, so we suggested some design elements for that, particularly around the Supreme Court, where the cycleway is going to be between the bus stop and the footpath, or some arrangement like that, which is really, that's the design that nobody likes around Wellington that's been rolled out tactically now.
Thank you.
Thank you. And sorry, Councillor Chung, we're now out of time for your question and we have to move on, but I appreciate your time, Alan, and good to see you.
Kia ora tātou.
We're now going to go back to Zoom to hear from David Bryan. David, you're on mute. Okay, more technical issues, so we're just going to move on to Liz Parsons and we'll bring David back in after. Liz.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Liz Parsons. I live in Wilton, Wellington. I am the CEO of our family. I am also the business owner of my business, Wazable, a bookkeeping service located in our house. I'm also the neighbour who supports our elderly residents. My experience of using Golden Mile is that weekly, I drive to the city for various reasons and often run errands supporting local business in the CBD in Courtenay Place. For us residents of Wellington suburbs, the City Blood Labs, eye specialist, psychologist, NZ Post, dental, orthodontist, bank, specific radiology, courts, driver's licence things are all located in the city, plus all the local businesses we support. The nearest ASB for us is Pairua or Johnsonville. Biking in Wellington, wet terrain, windy hills roads with laptops and goods has no appeal to me. Taking 2 buses from Wilton into the city that are unreliable, I can't afford to lose income, I can't afford to miss appointments or client meetings. Ghost buses often mean that I have to down my tools, lose income when I have to drop my working daughter into the city. How do you propose, Council, that I collect my teenage college girl from Onslow College in the zone and get them to an appointment in Featherston Street? Parents and teachers and governments are trying to maximise the learning in the classroom. Has the Council considered that the people who travel from Levin, the Wairarapa, Palmerston North region for health services, they need car parks? I oppose the further removal of further car parks. They are being done without any consideration to the needs of the Wellington City Council ratepayers. We are in the suburbs. There has to be a need for a balance for all the people who travel into the city, whether it is by bike, bus, train or car or walk. Removing car parks will have a negative effect on the city. As a family of 4, we will not travel to the city for city events or eating or shopping. We will go other places. When discussing this with a group of my friends, we all agreed we would never ever bike in Wellington for family outings or errands due to the land and the weather. Less car parks in the CBD means that we're going to travel to other suburbs like Pōneke or Pairua. I do not support the council spending all this money on Let's Get Wellington Moving. It is wasteful and only seems to target a narrow portion of people. Buses flow well down Courtenay Place and Golden Mile at the moment. There's space for them to pull over. The council plans that you have shows that the buses are just going to be in one lane and each bus is going to build up one by one behind them. The council's removed car parks along the Whitcool side and this is adequate for the buses to flow. Only one bus lane limits the access for emergency services. They will not be able to manoeuvre around Golden Mile. Minutes counts in response times. And they won't be able to turn around. Buses won't be able to pull over to let the ambulances and the fire engine and the police pass. Do not remove any more bus stops. Removing bus stops is a deterrent to catch a bus. I do not support our council spending all this money on the Golden Mile. It is wasteful and only benefits a narrow group of people. Current footpaths are about 4 metres wide. They're not crowded, even at lunch times. The paving we have for Wellington City Council is beautiful, it's clean, it's adequate, and it's already well planted and well maintained, lovely Wellington City Council gardens. The cost of ripping up all the paving, road markings, etc., rebuilding all the greenhouse gas emissions and trucks and vehicles will create more pollution. For a council that promotes a green image, leaving current layout of trees, gardens is a better use of materials. Instead, the council could meet its objectives by installing some signs limiting access to buses and business vehicles at a bollard at each end of the street. I oppose the process of getting permission to take service vehicles down Lambton Quay For example, my husband services specific radiology, 20 kg of bag of tools. He needs in an emergency to be able to get there and service specific radiology in those places. In summary, your plan removes more car parks, does not give a balanced approach for all residents of Wellington. There has to be a need and a balance for all the people. It does not meet our family needs. There's already a 2-hour parking limit for car parking. That provides a turnover of car parks. I do not want another large rate increase. The costs of this project have no economic sense and will create more greenhouse emissions. The council objectives could be met with less intrusive changes to the Golden Mile. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Liz. We don't have time for any questions, but do you want to make a final comment in the final time you have left?
No, I was just talking on behalf of my family and also people, my neighbours who are elderly, and I often do lots of errands and we often carpool. And I think it's important to get a balanced view.
That's much appreciated. Thank you. I now invite Ian Douglas to come and speak.
Firstly, thank you very much for this opportunity to present my case. I'm Ian Douglas, the owner of the Village Goldsmith. We're jewellers in Wellington. We're in the Dominion building. We've been a part of Wellington for over 42 years. We've been down in the city for 25. We're a character business. We attract people into the city and they come from all over New Zealand. And I'm adamantly against the changes that are being proposed by Let's Get Wellington Moving. I don't feel they're going to benefit the city. They're certainly not going to benefit our business. And the one thing that I've been doing, reading the reviews of major organisations that have submitted to the council, Chamber of Commerce, Retail New Zealand, Hospitality New Zealand, across the boards, there is opposition to these changes. All of these organisations, I feel, have the same viewpoints. We all believe that the consultation process that Let's Get Wellington Moving has undertaken has been superficial and biased. There seems to be a predetermined agenda that's been railroaded through without genuine regard to the feedback that is occurring across the city and to clients that I have, to people that I meet generally. There is widespread opposition to this. Let's Get Wellington Moving touts surveys, positive reaction to these changes, and when they get asked to actually, present these proposals and make them open to the public, there's no feedback. They're hiding behind, as I say, a preset agenda to make these changes. I believe that the greater proportion of the population of Wellington is opposed to these changes. And I think we need some proper consultation, some proper feedback to actually be considered and analysed to actually assess whether these changes are going to be of benefit to the city. As a retailer in the city, as I say, I have clients coming from all over New Zealand weekly, if not daily. I have comments from these customers about what a debacle it is to move around the city, how it is to try and find a park, and you're going to be removing all of these aspects from it. We're in the process and have plans to refit our building. We're an upmarket business that attracts clients, as I say, from around the greater New Zealand and international areas. Accessibility for them is paramount, and it's not by walking and it's not by a bus. They need parking. We were just about to embark on over a $500,000 refit of our premises to make it more new, more modern and more attractive again. We've postponed that because we don't feel these changes, most particularly closing off all the side routes off Lambton Quay. Mercer Street, just outside our premises, are going to be closed off. So we're going to lose all those car parks again, amongst the 450 that are proposed. We just don't feel that these changes are going to benefit the long-term aspect of Wellington. There's a pathological hatred of cars within this aspect of Let's Get Wellington Moving. And the problems of cars and the carbon emissions is actually being solved generally anyway. Petrol combustion engines are being phased out around the world. They're just not going to exist, but people still need cars to move and get around. The environmental footprint is going to be considerably reduced by the simple move into electric vehicles. I feel that we need an independent review of what is happening with Let's Get Wellington Moving. even a referendum. If Paris can do it about the scooters on their streets and have the public have their say, why can't we do this in Wellington to see what general support there genuinely is for Let's Get Wellington Moving? Because I don't believe it's there. Councillor Chung made a very good summary in the Post very recently about what is happening to character businesses in Wellington. And we are suffering under these changes, and it's going to get worse. That $500,000 refit I was talking about, we are postponing. We are now actively looking at areas outside of Wellington where now we own the unit titles of that beautiful Dominion building right in the heart of the city, which is drastically affected, I have to also say, by the fact that the most recalcitrant landowner in the city is the council itself. The municipal and administration buildings have sat vacant for over 5 years, creating a dust bowl of inaction, nowhere for people to participate, when you've been able to know that these things should have been demolished years ago, and to create, even in the interim, if you haven't got a plan, turn it into green space, put some light into the area, get people moving. But it's not happening. So in summary, I'm sorry I haven't left enough time, I think it's a debacle. I think we need a referendum. I think we need Wellington people to have their say and to be heard properly and not to be rail-raided by some preset agenda. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Much appreciated. I'm now going to go back to David Bryan on Zoom. Can you unmute, David? Sorry, David, you're still on mute.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, look, very sorry about that, and sorry about the technical difficulties. Look, I'll be fairly quick. I think this is a solution looking for a problem. I'm primarily a pedestrian, and I don't find any real impediments to walking the Golden Mile, but I do agree with an earlier submitter, shared paths being a real problem for pedestrians. The footpaths are already wide enough as they're only lightly populated at lunchtimes and sparsely at other times. Has account been taken of the fact that many people now work from home? There are fewer students overall, and those that remain now attend lectures remotely than rather coming to the city. More shopping is done online and other more vehicle-friendly locations. Mentions made of difficulties crossing roads. Really? Most shops on Lambton Quay are on the western side of the street, so most people stick to that side. But if you want to cross the road, there are plenty of light-controlled pedestrians crossings. A big negative is that closed streets to cars will congest adjacent streets and will make journeys longer. It will also reduce parking, which will deter shoppers. A bigger negative is the financial cost. The budgeted cost will no doubt be large. The Cobham Drive crossing alone was millions, and the cost of this project will doubtless blow out. There's also the lost revenue from parking. But it's the opportunity cost that concerns me most. We're being told to take 2-minute showers and expect water shortages. We need to fix things like the pipes first. There's a limited amount of money. It should be used where biggest bang for the buck. And really, to end on a positive note though, I see that this could make the island-based cycleway look good. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for that. Do we have any questions? Great. Thank you so much, David, for your time. It is much appreciated.
Thank you.
I now invite Ian Castles from the Wellington Company to present, and I believe there's a presentation as well.
Sit down there, or do I need to talk? It's a bit sort of friendlier, really. Thank you very much for putting up with me today. It'll only take 10 minutes and I'll be over and done with it. I wanted to spend 5 minutes rattling through my, I suppose, relatively provocative presentation and then take questions if possible. I'll do that quite fast. I'm Ian Castles. We've been here for 33 years making a noise. We love the city dearly. We think we know a little bit about it. Maybe that's disputable, who knows. Let's get Wellington moving, or let's get Wellington walking. Now that I just want to go through that and see how that looks. We were big opponents of Harbour Quays, where the regional council wanted to do something which was basically opposed to the interests of the city, but they went ahead anyway. They took people out of the city. It turned out to be quite unfortunate. It's pushed up our insurance premiums. It was a big idea that didn't work. The problem that Let's Get Wellington Moving, and therefore the Golden Mile is addressing, is what do we do with the 50 to 80,000 people that are coming in the next 30 years, and how to move them. And we've got a particular solution to that. So the background is Wellington, to be honest, there's no money. The country is in reasonable poor, very poor state, really. We've got poor infrastructure, and a lot of people are pretty unhappy about the way we are at the moment now, for reasons beyond all of our individual lives and careers. That's something that's beyond all of us, but it is nevertheless the background in which we're operating. Wellington is a relatively unique city, so just because there's solutions that might work in other parts of the world, it doesn't necessarily follow it works here. We're compact, and we have particular, like, I have a love of the city, which is where do I buy my underpants, where do I buy my shoes, where do I get my haircut. I have certain, it's grown up over 20, 30 years. It is the value of the city, the people in the city, the relationships, all of that has got, it's very hard to describe, but there's a value to that which is real, but you know, if you change all that, you'll never get it back. You could change it and not understand what you're doing. Old people like me, I'm probably the oldest person in the room now. I scream when something doesn't work properly. Like I go down the street and it doesn't work, or I can't go around the block, and I am getting relatively intolerant with old age, but you know that occurs with everyone. Like if the things that you're used to don't work, and I'm starting to sound like an old fuddy-duddy, and I am totally love innovation and bold ideas, so I don't want to look like that, but there's a huge value to Wellington, the way that it is and the way that it works, and we'll only work out what that was if we don't have it anymore. I know that sounds like a difficult concept, but go to the next page, Ian. Next page, I seem to be missing pages. So I'm saying the city hosts 60,000 people a day. This is a very important idea to get the hang of. They come in from a pipework system that works perfectly, and they come to the city, and then when they leave the city again at night time, it's sitting there doing nothing. Wellington has infrastructure to burn in the city, and that handout that I've given you sort of shows you that the one place you want to add people is in the city. It's not in the outer suburbs. The one place where the council does incredibly well is in the city. Your pipes are big. You have a contract. Now, I've consulted with our consultants this morning, the people doing a lot of research for us. They're telling me that the city swells to 108,000 people in the daytime. They say that the current population of the city is 16,000. I think it's bigger than that. I think we're not catching up with the numbers. I think at the moment we're adding 2,000 people a year to the inner city. It's the fastest growing suburb in Wellington, and it's the most spectacular one in terms of our metrics and how we work. So we're sort of guessing that the inner city's grown by 12. The figures are not as good as they should be. We need much more science in this area, but the inner city has grown by 12,000 in the last decade. We're thinking it's growing at about 2,000 a year at the moment. It might slow down with the current downturn. Our experience over 33 years is that when apartment owners were buying from us way back in 1990, they wanted 2 car parks, and now they very rarely want one. So it's none. It's no car parks. And we get to that at the end of all these slides. So what I'm pointing towards is if we concentrate on growing the population of the inner city, everything changes in terms of what we do. we stop fixating about how to get to the suburbs, because there's no need to increase the traffic to the suburbs that much. If we concentrate upon getting people into the inner city, we save money, we lower rates, we reduce carbon spectacularly, and we improve the city. It's not nice to have people coming in with totally new ideas all the time, but this is the way that Wellington should grow. So we get to some suggestions. Postpone urgent action on this sort of stuff for 3 to 5 years. Get the science right. Concentrate on inner city living. Consider removing the suburban buses from the centre city. I think that's a massively good idea. I know it's got a lot of issues with it, but it's the big buses going through town that are really the issue. You can ignore that if you want to. It's not necessarily the point of today, but there's no reason why they can't go there around the outside, and there's no reason why we can't have a fleet of electric minibuses. We'd sponsor one. I think every business in town would sponsor one, because that's a great idea. Support seismic and insurance work to lower the costs effects of residentialising the inner city to a reasonable density, and study the benefits of intensification. Now, we can't decide this in 10 minutes, but we would love to get our consultants, people we're working with, in a forum with councillors and demonstrate what can be done with just tweaking this thing a little bit, getting a lot more concentration on moving people into the inner city in the next 2, 3, 5 years. As I say, the current rate of intensification of the city is quite good. Now, the last graph is spectacular in my view. So on the right-hand side of that graph on the screen up there, you've got 1.6 kilograms of carbon dioxide per inner city resident. That's spectacularly low compared with the outer suburbs at over 5, and New Zealand average at 9. If we were to follow a program that concentrated on improving the number of inner city residents we have, it'll survive any government. It'll be supported wholeheartedly by a whole lot of people across the whole political spectrum. It'll be the future of Wellington. I get to thank you, and any questions if there's any time.
There are quite a few. We don't have time for many, so quick, snappy, please. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. I was talking to another long-standing business person, and who said that what we needed to do was get 10 or 12 people like you, like him, in a room please. Together to actually develop a better plan for the inner city. Would you support something like that?
That's all I've done all my life. That's exactly what we should be doing, yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Wineta.
Kia ora. Hey, I tend to agree with you on your comments on density. If you believe them so strongly, why do you feel the case needs to be proven? The national policy statement is peppered with reference to things, to transport and density and how they work together, and that's what our plan seems to achieve. But it has to be driving the things we do. So instead of speculating about how many people are going to be moving from one place to another in the future, which is what we really don't want to happen, but nevertheless planning for it to happen, we should be planning for some different future, which is a lot more people walking around the middle of the city under much better circumstances. That's what we should be planning. So it's got to drive decisions rather than. It's got to be it's got to be in the DNA. I mean, it's in European cities. They all know how it works. So it's city making, but we don't have that in New Zealand. We come from a suburban different history, so we need to know it fundamentally, and maybe we've got to prove it 10 times. But yeah,
Councillor Young.
Ian, thank you. Just briefly, you mentioned about Harbour Quays, and it was an oblique remark, which is fine for those who were probably on council at the time, but I thought some of the newer councillors may not know what happened to those buildings. I just wonder whether you could explain.
Oh, I'm not sure if that's relevant to this discussion. We want to ask questions in relation to the Golden Mile, if that's right. So, Councillor McNulty.
Just quickly, Auckland's doing a lot of similar things around pedestrianisation, cycleways, K roads, and their CBD is thriving in terms of population and businesses. So what is it in this proposal that isn't right where things seem to be working in Auckland, in your opinion?
In terms of the Golden Mile proposal? Well, it's a massive amount of money spent on something which may or may not work. chopping streets up, changing traffic patterns, changing traditional trading patterns is quite dangerous unless you know exactly what you're doing. Our idea is you put more people in the city, so if and when you get around to doing that, you're not causing much damage because you've replaced the number of shoppers and pedestrians and people. The city's more bustling and thriving, so you're not doing much damage to the city the way that the current city is suffering. There's suffering retailers all over town. They need help, not necessarily disruption. Right now, I think it's the wrong time. It's like a headache for someone who's got a headache rather than aspirin.
Thank you, Ian. And that brings us to the end of our session.
Thank you very much.
Sorry to other councillors who had questions.
Thank you.
I'd recommend contacting Ian offline if you have any more.
I'd be very keen to meet anyone afterwards.
Yep.
Good.
Great, thank you. I now welcome Paul Bailey.
Morning. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Cool. Let's Get Wellington Moving was founded to assist the movement of Wellingtonians around Wellington. And yet to date, there's been an overwhelming focus on addressing the concerns of a tiny vocal minority of Wellingtonians. And even those concerns have been addressed badly. I will continue to cycle the streets as the cycle lanes are too dangerous and poorly maintained. And I will certainly not revisit the revamped Tiaro Park at night by myself, even though the public service block was removed to allegedly make it safer. And while all this money's been wasted, we still have bottlenecks of traffic. Every day we have bottlenecks of private vehicles making their way from the suburbs to the city centre. But we do know from professional drivers such as taxi and fleet vehicles that these bottlenecks diminish during school holidays. I see nothing in any proposal to alleviate this. Every day we have bottlenecks of commuters trying to get to the city, and yet, without fail, public transport fares continue to rise, forcing people to remain in their cars. I see nothing in any proposal to alleviate this. Instead, Let's Get Wellington Moving is proposing to further narrow the streets and create Mediterranean boulevards and Wellingtonians to enjoy on those 3 balmy summer days each year. To me, this is simply Tiaro Park version 2.0. In other words, Let's Get Wellington Moving proposes to ban cards and build a boulevard. How do I carry my shopping home? How do I drop goods at the charity shop? How do I get my groceries? How do I get to the doctor when I'm sick? Am I simply meant to infect the bus? What is clear is from its website is that Let's Get Wellington Moving intends a brute force approach to remove private vehicles and attempt to force people to use an overpriced, substandard public transport service. A brute force approach never works. Look at congestion charges in London. There was a dip in traffic volumes immediately after the charges were introduced, but now the traffic is greater than ever. It simply took time for inflation and cost of living adjustments to absorb the extra cost. The current proposals will have the exact same effect on Wellington. Costs will go up, shareholders in parking buildings will benefit, council parking revenue will diminish, rates will rise, subsidies for public transport will be reduced because of diminished revenue, and fares will be increased. Let's Get Wellington Moving will simply be the latest contributor to the cost of living crisis. So what's the actual problem that needs to be solved? Why are there too many vehicles on the road? Poor public transport? Maybe. Although we still need taxis, car share service vehicles, and some private vehicles. Why don't people use public transport? Is it unreliable and expensive? Also, maybe. What makes it unreliable? Poor timetable and coverage, in part. When the network was revamped in 2018, it was a disaster. Promises were broken, services were reduced. It provides less services across a wider area, but they're allegedly cheaper to run. In reality, they're not. Services need to be more frequent with greater coverage. It has to be based upon a 20% nominal free capacity at each stop to ensure you're not left at a stop. There should be dedicated bus lanes. Currently, there are only 2 sections of road with dedicated bus lanes, parts of Lambton Quay and Willow Streets. Buses should also be given priority over other traffic. Think the Melbourne trams. How can it be cheaper for the users? Greater subsidies. Public transport is a service and should be free, or maybe $2 a ride. Think New York. If 80% of private vehicles switch to mass transport, would we even need a second Mount Victoria tunnel? 7.4 billion would go a long way for subsidies. For private journeys, what about on-demand autonomous pods? They can provide services like car share, but cover all of Wellington. I don't see any thought or consideration that addresses the real issues. As a person who uses public transport 80% of the time and also owns a bicycle, I see this latest proposal as something that will rip the soul out of the CBD, gridlock traffic, including public transport, and the only direction that will get Wellington moving is out of Wellington. Thank you.
We probably have time for one question. No, we're good to go. Thank you so much for your time, Paul, and we really appreciate your feedback.
You're welcome.
I now invite Robert Fisher to speak.
Welcome to Cone City. I'll end my speech on that. My name is Robert Fisher. I've been a ratepayer for 60 years. I represent approximately 40 Wellingtonians, professionals, accountants, lawyers, medical practitioners, ex-politicians and retailers. Excuse me. Collectively, we watched Wellington deteriorate over the last 13 years. It's become a shambles. Infrastructure failings, vacant shops, inadequate parking, small businesses struggling and excessive rates. Our city has lost its mojo. During Kerry Prendergast's reign, we had the Rugby Sevens, Volvo Round the World Yacht Race, the construction of the Sports Centre in Kilburnie, the Sculpture Trust and a sand beach in Oriental Bay. We've come to the conclusion, to be fair, we have on the plus side Takina and the new reservoir in Berhampore. We've come to the conclusion policies have been directed towards nice to have and not controlled by prudent financial management. I have owned or part-owned several companies, one with 1,500 employees. A budget is set and adhered to. Any overruns are financed separately or savings made on nice-to-haves. Infrastructure should be first, second and third. Cycleways, whilst great for the city, should be put on hold in favour of infrastructure spending. Reduced car parking, irrational widening of footpaths and the misguided Golden Mile policy and the disastrous Let's Get Moving policy should be scrapped. The Hutt Cycleway is questionable from a cost-benefit point of view. The only positive pluses, as I've said, a reservoir in Takini that I can think of over recent years. The ward system should be refined, a maximum of 8 wards and 10 councillors, 2 of whom should appointed outside the ward system with financial expertise. As a wise man told me once, the best committee is a committee of one, and from then on it exponentially deteriorates the more people you get. The current system has failed with obvious non-cohesive attitudes. Councillors are elected to serve the community and to exercise prudent management. A little bit there about eliminating 50% of the orange cones around the city, which is superfluous. A few additional points. I believe policies are generated by ideology and not practicality. The Golden Mile would be all right for a city of 1 million or more, but not one of 250,000 citizens or thereabouts. Too much emphasis on cycleways. You won't eliminate vehicles. Why create further difficulties for car users, bottlenecks and frustrations for retailers? The present ward system has been around for decades and isn't working. The majority of citizens haven't a clue on who they are voting for, their background, their expertise and their ability. Hence the 40-odd% vote. The system has become cumbersome and fails. I'll go back to the codes too in a minute. Yes. The office in Courtenay Place, a couple of other points, and I'll round off. The office showcasing the Golden Mile in Courtenay Place. I went there, I asked for a cost-benefit analysis. They didn't have any details, but said he would get something for me. A week later, 78 pages arrive with absolutely no financial details. And that tells you something. No one knows what the whole process is going to cost. The second Mount Victoria Tunnel, talk about priorities, that should be right up there. Too much taking notice of small biased groups and out-of-town commissioners. That's enough for me.
Thank you. Very quick question, Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much, Robert. Appreciate that. Something that you've actually said regarding infrastructure.
Robert, sorry, come back. We'll just have one question.
Sorry, you're talking about infrastructure. It should be first, second, and third. First of all, I agree with that. The water. But
Councillor Chung, question, not debate.
So, what infrastructure do you think is most essential for us to focus on?
Well, obviously, the obvious ones are the sewerage and water and stormwater. That's the starting point. I believe Mount Victoria, which it's like Transmission Gully. It was first mooted in 1983. I happened to be in a consortium that said the Japanese would build it. The powers that be weren't prepared to listen, and so it cost, the price was $600,000. No, it was less than that. And then 35 years later, it went through, and what an asset to the place. Mount Victoria Tunnel's been talked about. Arnold Downer, a mate of my father's...
We'll just need to wrap this up. Thank you.
...that it will last 30 years. And he built it in 1932. And so here we are, years and years later, still debating Mount Victoria Tunnel, which is an essential. Last night I went to the...
Oh, so my apologies, Robert. We've now met the end of the time, but thank you so much.
Thank you.
No, thank you. And now invite Tony Vile.
Thank you for the opportunity. I've lived and worked in Wellington for over 50 years. I live in Wadestown and I am a cyclist, but more recently more of a recreational cyclist. Let's Get Wellington Moving, NZTA, Greater Wellington Regional Council, and with help from the Earthquake Police, is slowly crippling our city, our beloved city. I am opposed to the Golden Mile project. Let's Get Wellington Moving has been wooed by the cycling advocates and seduced by their own website artists and consultants. They need to get out in the real world, travel on our bus routes at peak times and other times, to see for themselves what our streets are like and observe the traffic flows. Listen to users and other people affected by the possible changes. I see in the paper this morning there was 1,000 people in Johnsonville put submissions in, which seems to be totally ignored by your council, about the cycleways in Johnsonville. They're not content with what I call the ridiculous and dangerous cycleways in Island Bay, Newtown, Brooklyn and Glenmore Street. You now want to extend them through the city centre and Thorndon Quay. The philosophy seems to be to build it and they will come. I wonder who they expect to come from our hilly suburbs and use these new cycleways. Are you going to want to bike down from one of the hilly suburbs into town and then turn around and bike back home again afterwards on one of these cycleways up Arrow Street or Nile Gorge? It's not going to happen. Let's Get Wellington Moving will have to remove all the car parks and prevent unauthorised vehicles from the Golden Mile. Parking and access to and from adjacent streets will also be affected. Every car park lost will mean a loss of revenue. And I understand from what I read in the paper that parking income is the second most value after council rates. A figure of 1,200 lost car parks is mentioned in the website. And that's including other streets other than the Golden Mile. Let's Get Wellington's website states that there are approximately 300 cyclists using the Golden Mile each day. From my observations, I would seriously query this number, because after a modern influx of cycling commuters each morning, you'd be lucky to see 300 people in the Golden Mile in a week during the day, outside the commuting times. So to summarise, there are no benefits to bus drivers, taxi and shuttle operators, couriers, essential services, delivery services, tradies, or businesses along the Golden Mile from what is proposed. Only cyclists. And remember, cycling is free, it's anonymous, and is a choice. Your website also mentions that up to 80 buses per hour at peak times on the Golden Mile. Just think about that for a moment, 80 buses per hour. There's got to be a better way of controlling that. This congestion could be reduced by putting bus hubs at either end, one at Courtney Place and one at the station, so you don't need to have buses going backwards and forwards through the city centre. It makes a significant difference, but we haven't got time to talk about that now. So, in summary, I think that they should look at, with that sort of plan, you could have a free shuttle service and encourage people more to use the shuttle service around the city. So what I'm saying, the council should concentrate on a new tunnel, forget light rail, and that $300 million new cycleway to the Hutt Valley. Just tidy up the existing one.
Thank you, Tony. Appreciate that. Time for one quick question, if anyone has one. Very quick. No. Oh, Councillor Pennant.
How do you think we'll deal with climate change?
I don't think it'll make any difference by encouraging cyclists into the city. I think that the same number of cars are probably going to be as we have now. By putting more cycleways through, I think you're trying to get people out of cars and onto bicycles. I don't think that's going to work. You've got to get people out of cars and into public transport.
Much appreciated, Tony. Thanks for your feedback. Have a good day. Okay. We now have a 10-ish minute break, so take some time. Back at 10:40 strictly. Thank you. River Wicks to speak over Zoom.
There we go. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
So I've looked at all these plans and I think they look pretty good. Because ultimately, I think, we've got all these goals around making, especially Courtenay Place, a lot safer. And I think that's impossible without removing as many vehicles as we can from Courtenay Place most of the time. Because it creates this sort of noise war of, great, there's all these engines roaring past and everything. So the clubs outside turn their street-facing speakers up deafeningly loud, which is a huge safety issue. And obviously the fact that cars are just dangerous. I trust our bus drivers. I think they're great, safe drivers, but you can't necessarily trust every random driver out there. I think closing off the side streets and having them for parking is a great compromise. My only issue is if you've walked down, especially towards the end of Courtenay Place, all of those side streets, they are a huge, basically dead zone where you cannot see anything that's going on because there are these 6-foot tall SUVs parked up. And I'm not sure what the solution is there because people need to be able to, access that area by car. Sometimes there are just needs for that, but I think that's something that should be looked at because it doesn't feel safe when there's basically, and this is why in Te Aro Park that you remove the parking on one side and it's immediately opened this area up, made it a whole lot safer because there's that visibility. And so I think it's a great move to get rid of parking along Courtenay Place to reduce the number of cars that are coming through. Makes it quite a bit of visibility. So my only other main thing is I don't know where people get off complaining simultaneously that there's not enough consultation, but also that this whole thing has taken so long to get together. If anything, I'd just like to see you get on with it and not, stop and have everybody come in and micromanage. Because I think, better done than perfect, because perfect is never done.
Thank you, River. I appreciate that.
I think that's it.
You go. Keep going.
Oh, I was just going to say I've got like 2 minutes, so if there's something about that didn't make sense, we've got like 2 minutes for questions.
Yeah, for sure. Any questions, councillors? No, I think we're good. Really appreciate your time, River, and for your positivity. Thank you so much.
Yeah, have a great day, y'all. Good luck with everything.
You too.
Yeah.
I now invite Malcolm Gore to speak.
Right. My name's Malcolm Gore. I'm the proprietor of Atticus Shoes on Lambton Quay. I'll try to speak to what I've got. Ask anyone who's worked on Lambton Quay for more than 20 years how it's changed. I might not be a town planning graduate and thus considered by council to have an unsubstantiated knowledge about such things, but I'd like to surmise that after 36 years of working on it, including the past 26 as a business owner, I might just know a thing or two. Don't ask me about Lambton Quay, don't ask me about Manor Street, but I know Lambton Quay inside out. From the dingy windswept tunnel of the pre-90s to the mid-late 90s, which became a vibrant destination that all towns and cities aspired to become. We became absolutely, positively the best little capital in the world. The foregone closure of the side streets in and around Lambton Quay is currently confirmed will require incredibly difficult logistical changes to be made to enable businesses such as mine to continue to trade successfully. On a personal note, these will add massive increases in both freight and staff costs. As a side note, we're one of those few that are actually a living wage employer. To enable the operation of my business, and without sounding overdramatic, the providers of all goods and services will be affected by these changes. To expect my deliveries to be made before or after normal trading hours is quite frankly unacceptable. Who here will help me before 6 a.m. or after 7 p.m. in the evening to unpack? Not many of you, I suppose, as you'll be tucked up in bed at home in lovely warm bed or relaxing at one of the city's fine dining establishments. Not all my deliveries or dispatches are made with a courier van, with inward goods regularly arriving on pallets. I'll challenge anyone to time themselves breaking down a pallet, 4 cartons at a time, on a trolley, backwards and forwards from a tail-loading truck. To better explain the costs, one parcel for New Zealand costs $10.40. One small carton, which is approximately 4 to 6 pairs of shoes, is $20. And a pallet, as recently as Tuesday, that we got from Auckland, containing 24 cartons, cost $170. Extrapolate those numbers beyond 1 day, 1 week, 1 month. And many people will wake up one day and, say, I've had enough. Just ask yourselves why prominent retailers, lifetime businesses that we've all grown up and got to know, including one of over 100 years on Lambton Quay, have come to such decisions. Yes, business is tough. Retail always has been. But no, they looked into the future and decided enough is enough and to cut their losses and get out of town while they still can. Do any of you know how many want out? Actually, quite a few. We've had numerous approaches for the assignment of their leases, and that's sad. These are small businesses that are the hub, the life of our city. It's dying. I fully concur that the traffic flow needs to be prioritised for public transport, but only during peak times of 7 a.m. to 9, 4 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. Outside these times, you're just going to create gridlock in all the non-affected side streets as vehicles go round and round seeking parking or queuing to get into the parking buildings available. Just try Bullcock Street. Has anyone had a look at the red light runners here? Every 5 minutes, including buses. Try 5:30. With a more forceful approach to the enforcement of loading zones and parking spaces, with far, far greater fines and vehicles actually being towed, as I know from personal experience in London and Milan, Italy, by the hour, you'll quickly see results. You want to spend tens, hundreds of millions of dollars of ratepayers' money on what? Beautification, while Rome burns. Most of you won't even be here in 3 years. Just get out, install some cameras, large signs, even larger fines, and save the dollars for the required infrastructure that our city needs, not some ideological crusade. In closing, GFCs, earthquakes, and COVID-19 have all tried, but they couldn't stop us. Paint our Clearway gold, not green, and watch our country again talk about Welly for all the right reasons and not for the dysfunctional town it's become. Thank you.
Thank you, Malcolm. Appreciate your time. I now welcome Koi to come speak.
Where am I looking? Oh.
Hello. Morena, everyone. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Good morning, councillors and rest of Wellington City Council. My name is Coys, and I imagine that become part of the regulars who come here to talk about doing oral submission for anything transport or housing related. Or only up until last year, I didn't know that you could come and tell you guys here, the decision makers, my opinions on how your decision would impact my life as a Wellingtonian. And I do wish there was more young people who have come and participate in this because it's also impact their life. And I'm here today to speak in support of Let's Get Wellington Moving project on the Golden Mile. And I'm here to tell you that we need this transformation to improve our downtown area and to create a better urban space for our Wellingtonians. I've had the opportunity to travel to the Netherlands, Denmark, Japan, and got to see what people-centric cities are like. Business there are booming, people enjoying their space and their city, and seeing the natures and biodiversity come back to life instead of space for car parking. My sister lived in Haarlem, the capital of North Holland, and when I was there to visit her, there was little to no car in the city center. And it was really nice to walk around, but that's common for most of the Netherlands. I was also in Copenhagen, and I was shocked at the amount of space they give for people and bikes. I've seen these with my own eyes, and a part of me said I would love to move there if I get a chance to do so. But I love Wellington. I decided to stay here. I live in Wellington since 2014, and I've been moved between Newtown, Hatata, and Mount Cook, and we just bought a house in Brooklyn, and we've been enjoying the biking up the hills every single day. And thanks God for the cycleway. During my time, my favorite place are in Cuba Street and the waterfront. It's not a surprise that because these places are void of traffic, and could you believe that the waterfront used to be a parking lot? And when we put in people-focused centric design, the area people will hang out, that increase in business because people buy stuff, not car, in those areas. We look at Auckland CBD, people was against the reducing of traffic in Auckland CBD. Vivek, the CEO of Heart of the People, almost took the council to court to halt that. And guess what? Now the business are booming. They have the lowest vacancy rate in the city center. Visitors love the area because of the decreased traffic, not because of increased traffic. And we have spent a ton of money asking Gale Architect about what we can do to make our city vibrant again. And what did we do? What did they say? Twice. Reduce the traffic, remove car, make the city more people-centric. So why don't we not listening to the expert of the city design? We never had any complaint about Copenhagen or Denmark city design, do we? And why we're not copying the Dutch? They are the stingiest people that I interact with, but they know their money is the investment in people-centric design give you better money for the long run. And I disagree with the Right Honourable Mr. Luxon. We're not wet, negative, and whingy people. We are optimistic, empathetic, and ambitious. So we should listen to expert design and city design and make our city a better place. Yep, and I agree. I heard Ian Castle were talking about how our carbon dioxide emission would decrease by people living in the city centre. But I disagree that we need to put the infrastructure of transport there before the housing infrastructure. So don't halt it and go ahead with it. That's all. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. And I have 1 minute.
Thank you, Koi. Are there any questions? Yes, Councillor Patton.
Do you agree with removing bus stops?
No. I would say, well, you want to make the bus stop more regular and actually allowing more. But if we remove all the cars on that pedestrian, make sure that we have bus lane available, people will be more likely to pick up the bus to go. And people who were previously using private vehicle to get around place, because whether they own with disability or with other issue, they will probably will take on more public transit if they're readily available space. Yeah. Anything
Thank you.
else?
Councillor Wineta.
Kia ora, thank you for your submission. How do you feel about shared space for pedestrians and cyclists?
And again, the more the better. The more the better. And because again, peoples and bikes, like cycling, like people don't die. Well, like if you get hit by the bikes, you're most likely not going to die. But if you get hit by a 6-feet SUV, mostly will be.
Thank you, Koi. Really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're still waiting on quite a few speakers, so let's adjourn till about 11 while we suss this out. Thanks, team. So no Bruce. No Anthony and no Pierre. Yeah. We've had to do a bit of a shift around, but I am going to go to James Barber, who's on Zoom.
Kia ora koutou.
Yep, we got you.
Hey. Okay, so 5 minutes from now?
Yes, please.
Yeah, cool. Okay, well, morena koutou, aki mihi ki a koutou, ki te koutou whakarongo mai, aki mihi ki mana whenua, tēnei rohe. My name is James. I grew up in Wellington. My submission, the written one on the Golden Mile project was, I think, pretty clear. This is a brilliant idea and should have happened years ago. Frankly, from my opinion, since the 2019 consultation process was so clear, the Golden Mile area should have been closed to private vehicles then. To be perfectly frank, it should have been closed to private motor vehicles back then. So I think this is should be a complete non-issue. The one thing I would say in general, continuing on from that point, is I understand that there are a lot of businesses that have concerns. I would point to the example of the creation of Cuba Mall as a good local case in point. There were a lot of businesses which were really concerned about that back in the 1970s. I think it was done in the 70s. A lot of businesses on the area said that the sky would fall, and it proved to be a roaring success. And if you were to ever try and remove that area now, you'd be laughed out of town. So I think the case for this is very clear, and the council has done a very good job in terms of putting the whole thing together. So a huge mihi to the staff who have been working on this project. The one thing I would say from the perspective of someone who often bikes with kids is the importance of making sure that it's all connected. So of course the cycling infrastructure for the Golden Mile area finishes sort of like halfway through. So the vital importance there is to make sure that those things are actually connected. And I can see that there is a little bit of that stuff happening with the other Let's Get Wellington Moving projects in terms of cycling infrastructure, but it is really important that those things are connected. That's essentially the sum total of my comments. So kia ora koutou.
Kia ora. Any questions from councillors? No, you're good to go. Oh, no, apologies. Councillor Pennant.
Oh.
Thanks, James, for your support. The shared spaces between cyclists and pedestrians have been a bit contentious. Have you got a view?
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think the design so far gives a fair bit of clear space for people on foot, which is not for bikes to use. So from what I've seen of the plan, there is a clear bikes and pedestrians can use the space bit, and that is clearly designated and marked. And I think that's the most important part, that is clear. And that there's plenty of space for people on foot too. And from the designs, it looks as though there is plenty of space for people on foot.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Do you have any expertise as a retailer which gives you justification for your case that you're criticising the view of retailers at Lambton Quay that they will be harmed by this development?
That's quite a disrespectful and leading question to a member of the
I'm totally fine to reply to it. In terms of the comments there, I would once again point to the case study which we've had on Cuba Mall. You would be laughed out of town if you were to suggest putting cars back on Cuba Street, on that part of Cuba Street. And it proved to be really successful for the businesses that were there. And they were worried. They were really worried, but they were proven wrong. And I think that will be the case in this case. I used to live in Christchurch for a long time, and the pedestrianisation of the area near the Bridge of Remembrance was controversial, but once again proved to be incredibly successful. Businesses were worried there. They were proven wrong. Providing you provide space for people to get to the place by other means, and the council is doing that, buying car parks, that sort of thing, giving good public transport connections, then said businesses will be proven wrong. I would also note that, to be perfectly honest, you're not going to go to Lambton Quay or Courtenay Place to buy a couch. Like last I saw Stax's on Adelaide Road, big, say, furniture is out near the Old Hut Road. Those places where you need a vehicle to buy something, and there are places where you do need a vehicle, are not on Lambton Quay. They're not on Courtney Place. So I would point you to history and the examples we have where this sort of thing has been a roaring success.
Thank you, James. Deputy Mayor, apologies, but we won't have time for your question, but we really appreciate your time, James. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou.
And to councillors, Councillor Brown, I ask that we don't have that sort of question again. For the same reason, we're not asking for people's credentials on climate action or climate change. I now welcome Bruce Johnson.
Well, good morning. I'm Bruce Johnston. I live on the Golden Mile, so I'm here to talk about that and how the changes, the proposed changes, affect me. Right? So I live on the Golden Mile. I own and reside in an apartment at 60 Willer Street, so that's adjacent to New World Metro, straight across the road from Unity Books. There are 50 residential apartments in that block, and there are no car parks in the building. Right? The only access to the apartment building is from Willer Street. So the only way we can get into the building is from Willer Street. The only way we can get out of the building is from Willer Street. Right? There's no other entrance or exit into that residential apartment block. So me and the other 70, 80 people that live in that building, we come in and out onto the footpath in Willer Street. Right? The soon-to-be implemented Let's Get Wellington Moving plans for the Golden Mile preclude me from parking a vehicle, mine or another person's, outside my residence for any purpose. I will not be allowed to even drive past the front door of my residence. Right? And like most property owners in Wellington, I can currently do this in order to move packages in and out of my house, my apartment, my residence, containers, boxes. You've just heard someone talk about buying furniture from stacks. Well, yeah, we have that sort of problem of moving goods, moving boxes, moving crates, moving suitcases in and out of the apartment on a day-to-day basis, and this plan precludes us from doing that. And that's my concern about it, and that's what I would like you to consider and think about whether you have that same issue where you live, but we will, and we're having that, what I would consider almost a right to be able to have free access to my property taken away from us by this. They also preclude, the plans also preclude other vehicles. So my partner, for example, who might be wanting to drop stuff off to me or even drop me off stopping outside, she can't drive up there. It could be late at night. It could be early in the morning. It could be any time. Right? It precludes a taxi from getting me to the front door of my residence at normally any time of the day or night. And I don't know whether any of you have walked through the city early in the morning, 5:45 like I do, or around town, that part of town, 9 o'clock, 9:30. Sometimes you really do want to get dropped off right outside your property rather than having to walk through the streets to do that. Right? If you don't believe me, go and try it. Go and walk through the city at 5:45 in the morning like I do, or walk around Lombard Lane or around that area 9 o'clock at night during the week. Right? I noticed that in the plans, they provide for at the absolute discretion of the council, the granting of a special circumstances authorisation, renewable on an annual or biannual basis, for a vehicle to have access to Willer Street or anywhere in the Golden Mile. Owners and users of car parks, I notice, with access only from the Golden Mile, are specifically mentioned as possibly being eligible for such a specific special circumstances authorisation. So apparently there are a number of car parking or car parks in the Golden Mile where you can only get access to that car park from the Golden Mile, and so the plans recognise that situation and will grant or possibly grant authorisation for the users and owners of those vehicles to actually use the Golden Mile to get to their car park. So my question really is, why is there no specific mention of residents with no access only from the Golden Mile to their residence, right? Why shouldn't we have the same right as anyone who's got a car park and can only use the Golden Mile to get that car park? I think that the residents, and we're probably a reasonably special case because I don't know that there are many others with the same problem on the Golden Mile, but I consider the residents of 60 Willer Street should, as a minimum, be granted an annual special circumstances authorisation to access Willer Street in a vehicle as they wish, right? At any time of the day, at any time of the night, and with the ability to stop outside the building to move goods, boxes, crates, suitcases in and out of that building to our place of residence. Right? I don't think we should have to go through an application process that could take...
Sorry, Bruce, I'll just need to have you make your final points.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I think there needs to be provision to give us access to our properties from the Golden Mile in a vehicle and be able to stop outside, park that vehicle and move things in and out of the building. And I don't think we should have to go through a long authorisation process or even have to reapply week by week to get that authority to do so.
Thank you. That's really clear. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
I now invite Barry Saunders to speak.
Good morning and thank you. I am a long-time Wellington resident who's been fortunate enough also to live in Melbourne, London and New York. I've travelled extensively over both North and South America and in Australia and Europe, including the oft-mentioned Copenhagen. There is real traffic congestion in Wellington, but it's mostly on State Highway 1, not the Golden Mile, which is only slightly congested in peak hours. And our footpaths are not crowded with Lambton Quay busy only in parts of the day. And I should have mentioned, by the way, I've lived in Tennyson Street for 25 years and had an office on the terrace, so I've walked the Golden Mile thousands of times. I believe the internet, aided by transmission gully and better rail services, will make a nonsense of the ambitious population predictions for Wellington. Densification of housing in Te Aro, where I live, and Adelaide Road on the flat makes sense, but not the rest of the way to Island Bay. I became interested in the whole project when approached by Barry Wilson of SOS, and you'll hear from later, because at the time I did not realise that radical plans were afoot, which would have blocked Tory Street and Courtney Place, which Tennyson Street runs off. Later, Mayor Andy Foster asked me to organise some business people to discuss the detail of the plans for the Golden Mile. I got about 25 people together in the Chamber of Commerce, a very robust session, to say the least. However, Andy coped with it fine. This led to me facilitating 2 more business sessions with the Let's Get Wellington Moving staff, one in Courtney Place and one in central Wellington. Again, there was very little interest in discussing the detail because everyone wanted the whole plan dropped. Looking at the submissions made online, I see only a few of the business people I know who oppose the plan. Many have ceased engaging because they have no confidence that their views will be taken on board. They think the whole project is driven by zealots who are taking advantage of the rather confused governance structure to push their plans through. If you do decide to proceed with the transform option, you must believe either the business people are so dumb that they don't know what's good for them. Alternatively, you simply don't care about the impact on their businesses. They should 100 million spend upgrading the Golden Mile. Why aren't they cheering? Because they think it will damage them. You'll need to think very carefully about the implications of your vote and also about the other stuff coming down the line, including car parks on Featherston Street. I walked down Featherston Street yesterday and I saw tradie after tradie after tradie parked. There's no lobby organisation for tradies, but these people would not be able to park there and do the work they're doing in the building. We all want a more attractive and dynamic city. There's a lot that could be done to make it cleaner, more attractive, better options for cyclists, that is parking, and those using other transport mode. Hard choices have to be made, including the cost for a city struggling with its water and seismic issues. I urge you to send their proposals back to Let's Get Wellington Moving for a radical rework, or, and perhaps better, take back full control of the street works other than State Highway 1. NZTA and Greater Wellington should not be redesigning our streets. Stop outsourcing this critical work. And while we're about it, let's stop deluding ourselves. We can match the transport systems used by European cities with millions of people, not our modest 220,000. That's all. And we've got the Greater Wellington area, but it's very small. And also, we're not rich, and our challenges are unique to us. Cherry-picking studies from overseas. I've commissioned lots of studies myself, and they always came up with the answer I wanted. And so I have a deep level of cynicism about expert studies. Without business-friendly policies, there won't be a city most of us want. Residents and those living outside the city have choices other than the Golden Mile. Remember what happened to High Street in the Hut after Queensgate was developed. Who wants to see shops and cafes shutting one by one? Let's get real. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Appreciate that lively discussion. We have time for a very quick question, Councillor Chung.
Very quick question, thanks, Barry. You're talking about Featherston Street and all the tradies parking there. Do you think we could have more good service vehicle parks just for them?
Yeah, the thing about tradies is they don't actually have an organisation, so they should be. Obviously, they just grab places where they can, often parking illicitly, because that's the only thing they can do. So yes, we need lots more. And when I looked at the plans for Featherston Street, which someone drew to my attention recently, and I could see the cycleways, but it's going to be enormous impact. I mean, I didn't get on to the issue of all the side streets cut off and having to turn around, and another bit of nonsense, as well as the authorisation process. Just lunacy stuff, guys.
Thanks. Yeah, we've now run out of time, but really appreciate your feedback. Thank you so much for coming in. I now welcome Bianca Moller online.
Kia ora koutou katoa. Hello, my name is Bianca Moller. I am a Senior Process Improvement Analyst for Government. One of the things that I just wanted to raise as a concern as being a fellow Wellingtonian is the fact that specifically around buses, because this initiative is obviously focusing on safe pedestrian environment as that being one of the key factors. Actually, one of the things that is very problematic is buses constantly running red lights. It might seem like a very specific issue, but it's something I see on a day-to-day basis all the time. And I was wondering whether you guys would consider possibly putting in like a facility to basically stop that, like red light cameras, something to keep pedestrians safe. Is that something that's actually being considered at the moment or not?
Apologies, Bianca. We can't answer questions in these sessions. This is
Right.
purely submission and feedback from yourself, and we can ask you questions as well.
Okay, sure. Okay, perfect. Yes. Basically,
But we can take
that
the question
was-
offline. If you want to connect with us offline, that'd be fine.
Yeah, that's not a problem. No worries. So that was basically one of my major issues that I wanted to talk about, just because of the safety issues and the number of complaints that the council gets and the police every year. It just doesn't seem to be something that is being addressed, and it was something that really stood out to me as an area of concern, considering the public safety aspect and part of the reason for us doing this work. The other feedback was whether, obviously, I'm posing this as a question, but Australia has got really good tram systems that might actually work better and help connect the train services better to the centre of town. And so I actually think that that's something that we should consider long term, especially as we transition to like more pedestrian focused. It might actually help us connect more of the train system into like Courtenay Place as well. It'll just help with getting pedestrians and the wider public into that area safer as well. So that was the predominant feedback that I had, was in those two areas.
That's wonderful, really useful and very clear. Do we have any questions from councillors? No, we don't. Bianca, thank you so much for your time, and please reach out to us offline and we can answer those questions about the lights.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Okay, we are now going to take a break until 11:35. Thank you.
Hello there, Kira. Yeah, I'm not a public speaking person. It's the first time I'm speaking in front of other people. I'd like to add a few things. Danny, can you use the microphone? Oh, yes. I own a business in Connie Place for the last 29 years, and I've been running successfully. But over the years, I've seen a lot of things happening around that area. When initially Connie Place was built up, there was a date place, there was a flea market, burned down buildings and everything. When Mayor Mark Blanksy was a mayor at that time, so they tried to change the whole city, to bring the city in a vibrant city. So they changed the Connie Place, turned into be a night. Nightly business, which is restaurants and bars and everything. It was very successful. The next thing they did was Cuba Street. They dealt with the whole area, so they became an eating place. And we had nearly about 28 to 34 different ethnic restaurants in Connie Place. Today, probably about 10 or 12. And over the years, what happened is, of course, the COVID hit. We were affected by the COVID, and the business affected. And during Mark Blanksy time, the parking was from 8 to 6, and the weekend was free. It was encouraging people to come into town to dine. We get people from Paraparaumu, Otaki, Masterton, and other places to come in the weekend for shopping and also to dine. Today, you walk into Connie Place, most of the Asian restaurants for the for the Yamcha, they got a date restaurant. Hardly any people coming into town because of the parking, weekend parking and everything. Mostly our lifestyle has been taken away. Now the council's planning to take away all the car parks. How is it going to help our business? First thing, get the public transport right, the infrastructure right. Then you start to do something. Rather than beautifying the whole city and everything rotting under it, first thing we need to fix the thing which is failing, rather than beautifying and taking the businesses away. Let the business struggle. It's a big struggle for us. The only thing council helped us during the COVID time is taking our fees away by charging us $1. Since then, we are suffering. Day by day, we are suffering with our business. How many of you have gone out in the night time during the week and checked the street? How many restaurants are doing well? Hardly any. Probably you see 4 or 5 people sitting in the restaurant. Look at the street. How many people are walking at night? Hardly anyone. We need this to be changed. Connie Place was, during the daytime, was only for the transport. People come and, the supply comes in the morning, supply everything to all the restaurants. The business started at 5 o'clock. People wasn't driving into town in the daytime. They only drive in the evening to dine. Tell me how many of you with a family catch a public transport with your parents and the children to dine in the restaurant? How many of you?
Oh, you can't actually ask us questions, sorry, yes. But you please continue.
Yeah, that's right, because these are the things over the years is failed. What I'm thinking is the council is failing us day by day. No one is consulting us what's happening. I really appreciate what Mark Blumsky did at this time, at that time, he walked into a restaurant and asked, "Hey, Danny, how are you doing? How's the business?" He was carry on until Kerry Pendergast, then died off. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody come and ask us anything. Even for the Let's Get Wellington, no one has asked us anything. We had quite a few meetings. Till now, we're waiting for the answers. Please help the business. You got to consider we are the one paying the fees. We are the one paying the rates. If you punish us, there'll be a dead town here. I know cycling is recreation, it's good for health and everything, you know, and also you have to think about the businesses. Without the businesses, I don't think so. You guys will be sitting here. You'll be get paid. You can see how many businesses closed down at Lambton Quay. Go into Cuba Street. It's looking like a ghost town now. In my street, there are already 4 restaurants already closed down. Not because of the COVID, because they can't sustain. The new businesses that can't sustain anymore. My plea is, don't take away things. Please consult with the businesses and help the businesses. Ask them what they need, rather than taking things away from them. At the moment, everything is working fine because all the deliveries we get in the daytime, both of Allen Street and the other street, it's empty. They come in the daytime, they do all the deliveries and go. We start business at 5 o'clock. The cars come and fills the whole car parks, and you get the revenue from the car parks. If you take the car parks away, where the revenue going to go? Where are you going to get the revenue from? It's going to be more burden on us. You're going to tax us more. That's what's going to happen. I tell you today, it's sad. 29 years in business. If these things continue, I'm just waiting for my lease to expire. I will close my shop. That's what I'm going to do. It's too much for us. Tell me, please, what do we get now? Nothing. Nothing from you. Thank you for the time.
We do have a couple of questions, and we probably only have time for a couple. Councillor Calvert.
Yes, thank you, Danny. Very quickly, have you noticed the impact of the closure of the car park by Reading and the other one by the Amora Hotel? Do you think that's impacted?
It's impact very much, very much. You know, because a lot of people go for the symphony orchestra and also all the shows. They're finding it hard to get car parks, especially elderly people. They like to drive in. You know, normally they're not single person going to drive. They're going to pick up their friends. You know, when they go for the show, you know, because I know in the business 29 years, people drive into front of a restaurant, park it there, at least 5 people, 4 to 5 people, come and dine, you know, they park, pay for the parking, they go for the show. The biggest impact is the James Smith car park.
Thank you. Councillor Paul.
Kia ora, Danny. Thank you for coming to talk to us. I'm interested to know what other contributors you think are contributing to this issue outside of parking, because we tried to make parking cheaper last year, made it $1 an hour and did that on the weekends and after hours, and it didn't stop the parking occupancy decline that the city is experiencing anyway. So there must be other contributing factors to what is currently being experienced.
I think it's better to discuss with the other business as well, you know, because every business, they are different, you know, because there used to be a lot of business like clothings and everything used to be in Allen Street and Blair Street. They're all gone now. And also quite a few Chinese restaurants being closed down, because of the weekend trade. It's good to encourage, $2, $1, that's good to encourage people to still come in. But the damage is made. People talking about Wellington City, they don't want to come in. People don't want to come into town to dine.
Okay, thank you, Danny. Really appreciate your time. That just brings us to an end to that session. Thank you. I now welcome Steve Marin to speak.
Kia ora koutou katoa. I'd like to thank the Council for taking the time out of their day to listen to these submissions. So a little bit about me. My name is Steve. I'm a current Victoria University student. I'm studying law and commerce. And here's what I think about the proposed changes. I strongly support all the changes coming up in front of the Council. This is what's wrong with our system currently. 1, biking. I frequently use bike lanes all the time on the roads. And nearly every day I use a bike lane, I feel like I'm about to get hit by a car. So get hit by a car or another vehicle. This is absolutely horrible and does not promote a safe environment for bikers. Next, we waste so much space on cars. Let's take Courtney Place, for example. We put probably like 2 meters on each side for a footpath and like 8 meters for cars, buses, and all that. This is dedicating so much space to just cars. This could be used for a much bigger footpath, create much more foot traffic through the street, and create more demand and more customers for businesses. Next, being a first-year student last year, that meant a lot of nights out in town last year. So I'll be going out with my mates, but that also meant going through Courtney Place. And I will tell you, that street is absolutely dangerous for many first years. You do not have the best judgment out there. You're having a couple of drinks down, and I'm telling you, I've seen firsthand many students nearly get hit by vehicles. This is definitely not a safe environment for students. Next, emissions. This is probably very cliche, but emissions is absolutely horrible. I didn't care too much about it until I walked through Mount Vic Tunnel. And it was basically a small enclosed tunnel full of cars, and you could just breathe in and smell all that gases coming out. And when you breathe that in, I can't even stand 5-10 minutes in that tunnel. Imagine doing that every single day, walking down these streets, having to deal with car emissions every day. For these 4 reasons, I strongly support the changes proposed to the Golden Mile. Thank you.
Kia ora for that. Do we have any questions from councillors? Yes, Councillor O'Neill.
Kia ora, Steve. I'm interested in your opinions around city safety on Courtney Place. So on a Friday or a Saturday night, we're hoping to remove private vehicles from most of the Golden Mile, but would it make sense to have some places where private vehicles can access, like Uber and taxis and stuff like that, for safe getaways, or how would you like that to function?
I do like the idea of having Ubers coming through, but there's plenty of adjacent streets, such as Wakefield Street being a really good alternative for Ubers. It's a couple of meters down, a couple hundred meters down, and it's a pretty good place for Uber pickups and drop-offs.
Cool, thank you.
Councillor Paul.
Kia ora, Steve. I was just keen to know, do you think the views you've shared today are shared by your mates and other students?
I would say it's quite split, but I'd say probably leaning to the views shared by me today.
Councillor Pennant.
Thank you for your submission. Will these changes stop you going out and having a good time and going to restaurants and cafes and bars, do you think? But the concerns have been expressed by other submitters. Thank you.
So you're saying, will the changes prevent me?
Stop you from going out and spending money at our lovely businesses?
I would say no. If you look at Cuba Street, for example, that used to be a big road, and that got pedestrianised. I believe the sort of same effect will happen to Courtney Place.
Councillor McNulty.
Similar question to Councillor Pennant, but at the moment when you frequent businesses, nightlife establishments, are you relying on private motor transport or are you using other means to get into town?
So I walk to town, and many of my other mates, they usually just catch an Uber to like Willis Street, then Jason Streets, and then walk towards town because they know getting an Uber right to town is pretty chaotic.
Thank you, and that brings us to the end of our questions. Really appreciate your time. Thank you for your feedback.
Thank you.
Kia ora. I now invite Steve James over Zoom.
Kia ora. My apologies for being a few minutes late. I was in the Zoom link for yesterday.
Good.
Thank you for hearing my my submission. I'm just going to run through some points briefly and then happy to take any questions. So I'm submitting in a personal capacity, and a bit of background on me. So I live up in Newlands, and I commute most weekdays into the upper Lambton Key area where I work. I take a range of transport modes to get there on any given day, depending on what I'm doing, and a little bit on the weather. So mainly a mix of bus and motorbike, but also come in on the train and cycle from time to time as well. So look, overall, I wanted to say that I'm really in support of the proposed improvements to Lambton Quay and the whole Golden Mile, to be honest. I think it's really crucial that we enable more bus movements through this area, so we can move more people through the CBD more efficiently. I'm also in support of future-proofing it for light rail in future to allow for even more capacity, so in support of that too. I also really support the emphasis on making the Golden Mile is a really nice place to be for pedestrians. I think that should be a key priority. That is how the vast majority of people get around and make use of the Golden Mile. So I really commend the plans and the council for putting the thought into this. And I think really it's important to note that there is a lot of evidence and around sort of when you pedestrianise spaces that it can be a really good boost to businesses. You've got more people going by, you've got people more likely to stop. The one point I did want to raise in my submission was around the removal of some of the motorbike parking areas. So I think there's 3 in sort of the area I'm talking about. So corner of Lambton Quay and Balance Street, corner of Lambton Quay and Stout Street, and then Lambton Quay itself opposite Stout Street almost. So I think this is to make way for the shared zones where these streets are to be connected, make them more pedestrian friendly. And then the one on Lambton Quay, I think, is expanding the loading zone. So I think by my sort of crude measurements on Google Maps, these are about sort of 4.5 car parks worth of space. But having space for motorbikes and scooters, you can hold about, I reckon, 7 to 8 motorbikes and scooters sort of comfortably within one car space. So I think all up it's talking about sort of space for around sort of 34, 35 scooters and motorbikes there. I do also acknowledge in the plans that there has been provision for a new motorbike park on Waring Taylor Street, where that's been closed off at the very end. It is quite a bit less than what's being taken away there. So I think by my, again, rough measurements, it's around sort of 1.5 car parks worth of space. And my suggestion would be to encourage the council to consider whether there is any ability to move particularly those corner spaces down Balance Street or down Stout Street, and make provision for some of that space there where possible. A lot of it at the moment is angled car parking, so if you're talking sort of 1 to 2 of those spaces, I think that'd be really welcome. I think it also would mean, noting the article in the Post this morning about any sort of further changes creating delays and things, I think this could be done outside of this process. So hopefully it wouldn't cause any disruption in itself from the very excellent plans that the council has put forward for the Golden Mile. So thank you very much, and happy for any questions on that.
Thank you. We have Councillor McNulty with a question.
Good, Steve. Thanks for those practical suggestions. Look, I'm over the hill from you in Johnsonville, Newlands. When this is all done and said, would this stop you going into town, frequenting businesses, shopping and the like, if it's proposed?
No, it wouldn't. I think it would actually make me come in more often, to be honest. I mean, as I said, I take a mix of bus and riding my bike. I think one of the things that limits me a little bit is being able to take pets and things on the bus without a carrier. I do tend to drive into town for that if we're coming in on a weekend or something like that. So really, I think overall they're quite a positive change there. But I do support the need for a mix of modes and things like that.
I don't have any further questions. I think we'll let you go back to what you were doing. Thank you so much for joining us and for your feedback.
Thank you very much. Ka kite.
I now invite Isabella on Zoom. Kia ora.
Can you hear me?
I think the volume's a bit off. We can't quite hear you yet.
Okay, is that any better?
Try again.
Is that any better?
Yes, it
Keep
is.
saying some stuff. Yeah, excellent. Kia ora koutou, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking in my capacity as a citizen. I'm a resident of Porirua and I work in Wellington, work in Porirua, work in the Hutt Valley. I live next door to my parents who are quite elderly and not that mobile anymore. And we come and spend quite a lot of time and money and pleasure time in Wellington in preference to Porirua or the Hutt Valley, partly because there is a lot more stuff to do here in places like the waterfront and Cuban Mall are already much more appealing for people who aren't that mobile and still want to see interesting places with lots of stuff happening. So I've just got a few points to make to embroider on my fundamental support for the proposals to change the Golden Mile. The first point is let's make sure that we do this well. What that means is put an absolutely unflinching focus on the human experience right throughout, through the beginning of construction and all the way through any amendments and designs. Where cities have done car freeing well, they've found, unsurprisingly, it's been hugely beneficial for the city, for the people of the city, for the businesses of the city, the whole 9 yards. Now, it's been a huge shift that Let's Get Wellington Moving has stopped thinking of itself as just our transport program and started acknowledging that it is in fact about city building just as much as it is about moving people. So let's not start backsliding and losing our focus on the human experience through these changes to the Golden Mile. I'm going to be really blunt and say, don't let temporary traffic management overwhelm the changes. So your experience of the Golden Mile, while it's being changed, is a sea of road cones and hazard fencing and great big VMS boards. This will be one kind of death for that period. The second kind of death of the period would be if we don't let people, and I'm hoping that Let's Get Wellington Moving Council is funding lots of people for this, to activate the space. While the Golden Mile is being changed, our experience of it should be that we never know quite what's going to be there on any given day or even from morning till afternoon, but we know it's going to be interesting. We know it's going to be worth going down there. And Councillor Foon will probably flinch at this because of waste reduction and so forth, but if your rubbish bins are overflowing morning, afternoon, night, along the Golden Mile through the whole period of this construction, that's a really good sign because it shows that people are down there, they're wanting to eat and drink, sit out on the street and watch it all happening. So I urge you, and I urge Let's Get Wellington Moving not to stint on investment for development response, to help the businesses get through this period and to lean into the changes and embrace them, and to focus on that human experience with tactical and adaptive changes that are not required to go through an extensive health and safety and traffic management process so that you get a good experience for people being on the Golden Mile. So the second point around that is for those who are worried about losing customers because it won't be possible to drive down the Golden Mile anymore. I had a great conversation with the chair of the Royal New Zealand Ballet, as it happens, who was saying this is going to be disastrous for the ballet because all of the patrons are elderly and how will they possibly get to the ballet? And I reflected on the fact that many of the world's greatest opera houses, theatres, ballet houses are in the middle of heavily pedestrianised areas or even complete car-free plazas. And by some miracle, the elderly people who typically dominate the patronage of these institutions overseas manage to get there and have a lovely time. Yeah. So the second thing, there's a lot of concern about logistics and delivery. We have an innovative logistics and delivery industry in Wellington. What they need is the certainty that these changes aren't going to be rolled back, but the flexibility of sensible, smart, innovative, thoughtful parking enforcement and management of space so that they can invest in smaller, lighter, more people-friendly vehicles to make sure that logistics don't compromise that human experience. And they absolutely need support to do things like do their major deliveries at nighttime when there are fewer people on the streets. All the smart cities around the world are using time and supporting logistics industries to use road space when it is most available and not compromise the human experience. So, in the immortal words of RuPaul, good luck, don't fuck it up.
Thank you, Isabella. That does bring us to the end of the time, but I really appreciate your time. Thank you. I now invite Regan Sayer to come and speak.
Thank you very much, folks. I'm here in perspective, and a very niche one at that, as a Australian who moved over here to pursue a master's education and now is sort of understanding what it's like to work in the city part-time, but likely full-time as I consider whether I set my roots down here or not. I'm very much in support of these reforms. I reckon they'll be a great change for the city, and one where we'll be very dependent on. From what I see of Wellington, it's very dependent on the Golden Mile as a backbone of the city, from Lambton Quay and Willis Street as a place where people work, from Manners, Dixon and Cuba where people shop, Courtenay where people play, so to speak. As a region, not just as a city, it ebbs and flows from this particular region, and thus making changes is very important. And thus, I want to make sure that transport options for the city are wide-ranging, accessible, and work for the citizens. And in a place like Wellington, where car travel we're seeing at the moment is not always the best option, based on geography, based on density, we should diversify those options as much as possible to ensure the well-being of our citizens. I did have some issues that I wanted to raise, not in particular detail. I wish I had a little bit more time to do some research and give you statistics, but I have just come back from a work trip, and thus I am a little bit under research, but I'll do what I can. First of all, making sure that bike lanes are accessible throughout the city, as well as bike storage. It is one thing to be able to drive a bike from one side of Lambton Quay to Courtenay Place, but to have a place where you can store a bike with the assurance that you won't have it stolen at the end of the day is something that comes with it. It's something that's been a major obstacle for me. Currently, the nearest accessible bike parking would be on Grey Street. That's about 500, 600 metres away from where I work. While it's not unworkable, it would be preferable to have something further down my end as I work closer to the civic chambers. The second thing would be focusing on tree and foliage around this area. Wellington can be proud of itself as one with a strong town belt and connection with trees and nature. And I reckon that this should come into the city. I currently live in Karori, around 150 metres from a walk up Johnson's Hill. So I'm very blessed to be able to, if I need it, take some time, go spend time in the bush, have a lovely time just being in the trees around the tui and that sort of thing. It is a stark contrast to walking down the Golden Mile and figuring out if I'm going to have lunch in an overcrowded park just across from there or over in Parliament Lawn. Which, while a lovely grassy area, doesn't really feel like a step back from my working environment. So even if it is just turning Lambton Quay into Lambton Avenue with trees along the side and that sort of thing, I'm sure it'd be greatly appreciated by some. Lastly, I wanted to say that about the time frame of these reforms, and I would like to say that in the idea of these changes, obviously there'll be upheavals for many, and I'd like to say just make sure that these changes are done well, not done quickly. Even if it means stretching out the time frame by a year, 2 years, 3, if it is done well, if it doesn't cause too much upheaval for folks who are living in the city, working in the city, and causes discontent and that sort of thing, I reckon it may be worth it. So that is all I have to say. Thank you very much for listening. And I hope I serve as a model for folks who are interested in what the council is doing, want to make a submission, have no clue what they're doing, but step in anyway.
Thank you, Regan. Councillor Paul.
Oh, just a quick one. Where in Aussie did you move over from?
I moved over from Brisbane, so I was based around 10 k's from the city and bussed in on an hourly bus, so that was a pain. So it's nice to be here and have them a bit more frequent, but yeah.
Thank you. We really appreciate your time.
Yes.
Thank you. I now invite Gerard, Melissa and Sandamali from Property Council.
Kia ora katoa, councillors. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak today. My name is Gerard Earl. I'm the Regional Chair for Property Council in Wellington. I've worked in property and facilities management in Wellington for the last 15 years, so hopefully speak to some of these issues that are going to be impacted from a bit of experience. I'm joined online by Sandamali, who's the Regional Advocacy Manager from Property Council. Property Council's a leading non-profit advocate for New Zealand's most significant industry, property. Our membership is made up of property owners, developers, but also largely of multiple consultancy businesses, including engineers, planners and architects who passionately care about our built environment and the success of our economy. Our organisational purpose is together shaping cities where communities thrive. Property Council is a collective voice of the property industry, and property is the fourth largest industry in Wellington. There are around $40 billion of property assets across Wellington and the employment of over 20,000 people. We connect property professionals and represent the interests of 134 Wellington-based member companies and businesses across private, public and charitable sectors. Property Council and its members do support transformative change within our city and also the needs to have a resilient, sustainable city and economy. There is strong support for greater and working public transport infrastructure and the reduction of emissions and the creation of greater urban density. We're not here today to focus on the use necessarily of private motor vehicles on the Golden Mile, but more specific, some practicalities with respect to the changes and the concerns in respect of Let's Get Wellington Moving. As we ought to all be aware, Let's Get Wellington Moving began as a response to the termination of the Basin Reserve flyover plans. There was a protracted stalemate with respect to this and it was finally dropped in 2015. The partners involved in improving this route from Nauronga to Wellington Airport decided to take a fresh, wider approach to look at the transport system, and we welcome that this has seen a focus shift from merely a transport solution to a wider focus on the transformation of our city. But delivery of this is key and remains our core concern. The first communications received from Let's Get Wellington Moving were in March 2017, some 6 years and 3 months ago. While we've seen a few changes on Thorndon Quay and a pedestrian crossing at Cobham Drive, these have been very small, quick wins, but perhaps not so quick. I've been led to understand and believe that Wellington City Councillors have been expected that the cost from the Thorndon Quay improvements will increase up to close to $100 million if the cost of the Atea Quay roundabout is included. This would equate to about $5,500 per lane metre. To put that in context, a heavy engineering project like Transmission Gully costs $9,300 per lane metre. There is limited exposure for the elected officials and lack of information in respect of the ongoing review, and funding upon which they're expected to vote is deeply concerning and may lead to partners for Let's Get Wellington Moving continuing to question their funding of such projects. Property Council continues to have questions around who will be funding and how they will be funding the project, as to whether also the project will meet its urban development objectives. Property Council are also concerned with respect to the economic benefits of such projects. When we consider the economic benefit of the regional economy of Tākina, a development of over $200 million with an annual targeted benefit to the regional economy of over $40 million, we have confidence in such projects where it's not possible to clearly state the benefits on an economic basis on the return on investment for ratepayers. We do ask the Council to seek further clarity on the cost-benefit analysis from Let's Get Wellington Moving. With specific regard to the traffic resolution, we are extremely concerned with the traffic resolution, which would require any service and goods vehicles to obtain authorisation to use the Golden Mile for each individual trip and time required. whilst waiting up to 5 working days for a response. This is an onerous burden on trades, entirely impractical in a real-world context, likely increasing risks to life safety through an inability to respond to building emergencies for trades, which will see an increased discomfort for businesses occupying the central business district that will slow down productivity in Wellington. We do not believe that Let's Get Wellington Moving have considered how these proposed changes will have an impact on businesses on a daily basis. There will be significant flow-on effects to the end user if access for service and trade vehicles is limited. Authorisation to enter the Golden Mile is only allowed for off-peak times, and if access is needed for a time during on-peak hours, will need to be obtained through a special circumstance authorisation. Businesses rely on the delivery of goods throughout the day, and in particular, we see an increased utilisation of online retail, click and collect, and the requirement for regular courier access. Furthermore, access for services that can always not be done at a set time. For example, if there is a faulty lift, a severe leak on a floor, or an electrical issue, all of which may have risk to life safety, and there may not be time to seek authorisation or special circumstance authorisation. We have little confidence that the authorisation process will be able to run at a sufficient speed to keep up with demand, and if we look at other examples, such as the building consent process, we have sufficient reason in respect of timeliness to be concerned, but the impacts of this proposal are far more acute and likely to result in significant negative outcomes. Just conscious on time. Property Council have challenged Let's Get Wellington Moving to provide data with respect to the impact of buses versus pedestrians and private vehicle or trade courier vehicles versus pedestrians with respect to the Golden Mile area and life safety. We have 80 buses per hour travelling along the Golden Mile currently, and it's unclear how public safety will be effectively managed, given that Let's Get Wellington Moving predict that this will increase. We encourage the councillors to make similar inquiries of Let's Get Wellington Moving to obtain confidence in the health and safety impacts of the proposed solutions. We remain of the view that while the removal of a very limited number of private vehicles is not a bad idea, the greater intermingling of buses and pedestrians in this area will not create the environment that some may be dreaming of. Furthermore, even under a special circumstance, these vehicles are not guaranteed access to a loading zone with respect to trade vehicles. This too poses a major health and safety risk, as it could force service and delivery vehicles to park on pavements or cycleways. Imposing these extreme barriers on service and trade vehicles will not only see businesses impacted, but also shoppers and visitors needing access to those services whilst on the Golden Mile. We therefore recommend that the traffic resolution be amended to allow for service vehicles to have access to the Golden Mile without having to complete an application process for approval from Wellington City Council each time they wish to enter the Golden Mile. In conclusion, we have a number of concerns that the consultation document does not address as to the vision, purpose, outcomes and funding of the Golden Mile project. We also recommend the removal either entirely of the authorisation of service vehicles, or at most a 12-month permit system to alleviate the foreseen challenges with a bureaucratic process. I'd like to welcome questions.
Thank you. That's a very clear feedback for us. We have a question from Councillor McNulty.
Thanks, Barry. A similar question I've asked to a few others. You'll obviously be aware that the Auckland CBD is currently thriving from rents, occupancy, patronage. So what is it about similar projects in Auckland, like Britomart pedestrianisation, K-Road cycle lanes, that has worked there that we aren't doing in our proposal? What's the differences of where we should be focusing on, given the positive results we're seeing in Auckland?
Sorry, did you say that there were positive results in Auckland?
Yeah.
And what evidence is there to back that up?
So Heart of the City, Auckland's own business retailers, saying that they are at the highest level of retail occupancy that they've been in years. They're seeing 1 million people coming into the CBD each week, which is the highest they've put through. So I'm taking from their own advocacy group here.
I mean, I would probably question that before making any statement and want to look at that research, because from what I see in Auckland, if you walk up to the upper parts of Albert Street, there is certainly no thriving going on there when you look at the impact of the City rail loop. So, yeah, I'm not sure I agree with the sentiment there, so it makes it difficult to answer that question.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Councillor Free.
Oh, yes, just quickly, I wasn't sure, you said you'd sought information from Let's Get Wellington Moving team. I wasn't sure if you'd received what you'd consider an adequate reply.
With respect to, there were some elements raised in earlier consultation and conversations with Let's Get Wellington Moving about safety being an important aspect as to the removal of private vehicles from the Golden Mile. We had asked them and challenged them to provide some data on that, which was not forthcoming. We haven't received it. One of the core elements to that was with respect to how many private vehicles or trade vehicles had actually caused accidents or incidents or death versus how many buses had done that. And I think the important thing to consider is that a lot of what I've heard today from other presenters talks about the pedestrianisation of the Golden Mile. This solution is not a pedestrianisation because we remain to have still a lot of bus movements along there. So it doesn't seem to resolve that element of the public safety concerns that we continue to have with respect to the solution.
Thank you. That does bring us to the end of that session, but we really appreciate your time for you and your team, and we'll take that back.
Yeah,
thank you.
Appreciate your time as well. Thank you.
I now invite Barry and Eeyore from SOS Courtney Place.
All right. I'm Barry Wilson, and my colleague here, Eyal Aharoni. Eyal is one of the largest landowners in the city, and he'll talk after me. I'm just going to introduce myself. I was a lawyer here for a long time, pale, male and stale, I'm sorry, but it means you do know a few things. Here we are. I'm 50 years down the track, and my career started in Johnson Street behind Kirk's. I then moved to the Terrace. I've been on the Golden Mile for probably 35 years. I know it well. I can tell you in all veracity, standing here, it was busier in the 70s and 80s than it is now. We don't have the things you talk about, or they talk about, Let's Get Wellington Moving, about congestion and crowding. These are common urban myths of the day. But just to go through a few points I've made, I made a long submission, and thank you for taking it late. I was away indisposed, and it dwelt on the technical things, which I, being a lawyer in transport and finance and banking all that time, I have a technical approach to these things, so I talk quite simplistically, and I'm telling you that this thing is not going to work the way you think it is, absolutely guaranteed. And what we're going to start off is talking about the underpinning of Let's Get Wellington Moving. The things that they really said this would deliver are simply false. The things are that we have congestion. Go and look. No, we don't. Courtney Place, which is my hood, where Let's Get Wellington Moving dealt with us on SOS. By the way, SOS is a group of 80 retailers in Courtney Place, not incorporated, 80 people, 800 staff, and they came to me to say, how can you help us get out of this bind, because this is going to do enormous damage to our hood. Congestion. Courtney Place does not exist. Morning or night, there's no congestion. Go and stand there like I do every day, have done for 4 years. I've spent 4,000 hours observing this. We are not congested. We have inconvenience. We do on the quay have congestion for about an hour at 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock. That could be solved by a time restriction then, not this ridiculous exoneration of all cars removed, which is actually 58% of the day. Cars are removed from that whole hood. So we're saying to you, no, we don't have congestion. Crowded footpaths they make a lot of. No, we don't. Cagney, their own consultants, say that a crowded footpath is 33 people per minute per metre. Sorry to be so boring with detail, but we only get to 24.6. We are 25% below the international definition of a crowded footpath. So why do they repeat ad nauseam to us that we have crowded footpaths? So what I'm getting to here is the narrative is false, consistently false, and you're being groomed by this. Population growth, we've got 50,000 people to 80,000 people in 30 years. Well, guess what? That works out to 1,660 people a year. We're doing that now. That is 5 or 6 apartment blocks. So again, you're being conned with these sort of hyperbolic claims to make you worry, alarmist things. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Why now, when the country's broke and the city's broke, you don't go and add a wing to your house when you're going bankrupt? This is the worst time to go on a spending spree. On the Golden Mile, the spend is $100 million. That's $43,478 a metre. They say the Golden Mile is the heart of Wellington. It's our busiest, best retail and entertainment heart. Well, why not leave it alone? Why go and take it apart? Pardon me. So we come from the angle that talking about the Golden Mile, it never was Willow Street, it never was Manners Street, it never, ever, ever was Kaunihera Place. It's now called the Grotty Mile, and unbelievably, Monday, it's been announced by one of your officers we're going to have a clean-up down there. We're going to get our brooms and go down there. This is in a city that's a proud capital city, asking the shopkeepers and residents and people like me who've spent 25 years working there to go out with a broom and clean the place up because the Women's Football World Cup, which is wonderful, is coming to our city and looks a bit tatty. We've been saying for 4 years, and Diane helped us once get clean up during COVID. I walked every day Lambton Quay, the whole Golden Mile, every day during COVID lockdown. And I took hundreds of photographs, which I showed some councillors. Some never replied, of course, they never do. But that is a filthy hood all the way along. But the worst part was Manor Street and Kaunihera Place. And now, just suddenly, because of this international event, we're going to clean it up. Whoop-de-doo. Go and look at the furniture down there, and I know you see it every day, and I've moaned about this to you many times. You promised to come back, but we never seem to get together, even that famous cup of coffee. But look at the furniture. It's absolutely munted. It's filthy. And there's grime on every interface between the wall and the footpath. I don't know why we do it. Once I found the scrubbing machine cleaning footpath. The man says, I'm supposed to come every month, but I don't. I said, why don't you come every day and fix it? Why don't you clean this place? I'm ashamed of it. So my friend said to me, Wills, why do you bother with this part of town? They've given up years ago and the ghost is gone. On the question of costs, it's ridiculous. We cannot afford this thing. We have to be careful. We're not Luddites, by the way. All of Kaunihera Place is saying, leave us alone. We're 14 ethnicities. We are proud people. We do want a theme. We are an Asia town. Why are you trampling on us? Why are we so untrendy? Just hearing Danny and his wife Mary, who've been there for 60 years and know the hood, and that's my favourite restaurant. They tell me that when parking was extended by 2 hours at night and people had to pay, they stopped selling desserts because that's how fine the margin is when people go out from Porirua or Kororio to the restaurant to dine. So this is a very, very difficult fine margin business. What you'll do to the south side of Kaunihera Place with these interventions, you will send them broke. You will send them broke, and you know you are, and you look them in the eye, and I challenge you, every one of you, to grow a heart and think, this is their overdraft, their guarantees linked to their house. It's not just funny money, they go broke. When Hamish Vance says to me, he and his brother have been there for 80 years and that the best men's shop in New Zealand, and you're going to put a bus stop outside the shop, cover up his best window in town. And he talks to Let's Get Wellington moving, they just don't care because they come from another planet. These people are wonks and wombles who, not to be too rude to them, but they're very frustrating. I've had 4 years of banging my head. I was a lawyer for 28 years, and I had never been involved in such a difficult process. Conscious of time now, let's bring on EL to talk.
Thank you, Barry.
Yeah.
I just want to say that Barry has got no financial interest. You know, he's a retired person and is genuinely trying to help. I'll try to be quick. I only got 3 minutes. I've sent a letter to Let's Get Wellington going, and I believe that it's going to be ignored because it didn't come with the format that they want me to send it. So I'm just going to quickly read it. Please note that the move to turn the Golden Mile into bus and pedestrian road only has already taken place in Manor Street. The outcome is not desirable. Retailers failed, and the area has become unattractive. We already got in Manor Street. It's going to come to Lambton Quay. Your current plans will bring the same outcome to Lambton Quay. Please be honest and advise your constituents, that you may improve bus reliability, but you will. It will be done at the expense of the vibrancy and viability of the city. The Golden Mile will lose its attractiveness, I believe, and hope that future city bodies will revert back at similar or greater cost. I know you're asking for feedback, but please be honest. I believe you're just ticking the boxes to enable to continue with the no-car plan. As local and active resident and business person, I'm personally unable to find any support for what's going on. I believe that the business will simply go to the heart, so you will be contradicting the sustainability thing. If people can't come to town with a car, they'll just drive to the heart. So there'll be more cars, more driving, less shopping in Wellington. Now, I don't understand. Okay, I think we are already on a train that we can't stop. We all are, I believe. You do have the power to stop it, but I'm not sure you have the willingness to stop it. If we do fail, why are we not letting the cars go drive, not at peak hour? So you got the buses at peak time. But outside peak time, which is in the morning and in the afternoon when people go home, in Manor Street today, there's no one there. Why is the cars not allowed there? The cars is important. You look at Victoria Street. Victoria Street has got no pedestrian. It's got cars. But the retailers are doing better in Victoria Street than doing in Manor Street. I got building in Manor Street. No one wants to be there. You can't rent a building. You can't shave any shop in Manor Street. It's dead, okay? On Victoria Street, there's no pedestrian because the car's got a function in society. People drive the car sometime once a week, every twice a week. They see the shop. It's more visible. Look, I just came. I've been recently. I've been in other cities of the world. I've been in London. You can drive a car everywhere in London. Okay, they got a much better underground system, but London, Tel Aviv, you know, you can drive cars in most of those cities. Wellington is a 200,000 people village, and you can't put a car to Wellington here because we've got too many cars.
We'll just need you to make your last point, if that's cool. Time to make your last point. We've just reached the end of the time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you both for coming in. Really appreciate your time. No, well, we've run out of time. Sorry.
Well, thanks so much anyway.
Yeah, thank you. I now invite Robert Armstrong to speak.
Oh, good morning, Your Worship and councillors. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to my brief submission, which I assume you've read. I've lived in Wellington for 77 years. Child and teenager, I travelled on trams, trains, buses for my education. I now live in the CBD, opposite Circa Theatre. Within the inner city, I either walk or use buses, but travel to outer suburbs by car, by choice. I want to say I concur with the submissions I heard yesterday when I was in the audience for an hour or so, particularly the ones by Mrs. Prattley, Nichols and Hutchings. I've also read and support the Chamber of Commerce's commission, which seems to me to be very logical, and the submission by SOS just given by Barry Wilson. Over the last month, I've conducted a survey and I asked members of 10 different groups of acquaintances. These are people I went to school with, golfing mates, cricket, Probus, Rotary, all those sort of groups that I have coffee with still. And I asked them, they're mostly my age, I said, do you support the local, Let's Get Wellington Moving traffic and movement proposals? The answers were, support in full 2, qualified support in full 2, do not support at all 100. That is 96% of the people roughly my age with a wide range of social and other interactions, people who've been in the city for a long time and who support it, support the cultural city, support the shopping. These are people who are not happy. And I wanted to bring that message to you. I'm not representing any organisation at all. I'm representing myself and the people that I'm acquainted with. The 30-kilometre speed limit in the Golden Mile, I understood was passed on the basis of children's safety. At least that was one of the points. And I wasn't aware of any statistics that gave us information as to how many children had in fact not survived as a result of an accident over recent years. Other submissions refer to the economic cost of this proposal. It's not customary to use the word millions these days. It seems to be in billions over the last 10 or 15 years. But I'm on the assumption, I've done some costings here, on the assumption of the city having a population of 200,000, Wellington ratepayers pay roughly 30% of the costs, the long-term costs predicted for Let's Get Wellington Moving. That's because we have apparently a 20% percentage by Wellington, and we pay roughly half of the rates paid by to the Wellington Regional Council, Greater Wellington. For every 100 million of that, the Wellington ratepayers, man, woman and child, are paying $150 each. For every billion, they're paying $1,500 each. And given that the projected cost is $7.6 billion, this is for the overall project, you divide that by 200,000, you get $11,400 for every man, woman and child in Wellington, in round figures. Now, people don't give these figures at council meetings. We talk about billions and millions, but when it comes down to the person who's got to put his hand or her hand in their pocket, that's the result you get. I'm concerned about the loss of car parks in Taranaki Street, the north end in particular. It's near, and there's a submission made by John Rankin, who's more aware of these issues than me. I urge you to read it. He's not speaking, unfortunately. In my view, stopping vehicles carrying patrons of creative capital venues like concerts, etc., is a real problem. I know a high-profile couple, one of whom is disabled and cannot go to the Opera House, of which he's been a supporter for years, because neither taxis nor Uber will stop outside the Opera House or pick him up afterwards. And it's along the same lines as the article written in the paper recently by Dame Kerry Prendergast in relation to the St James Theatre, of which she is chairman of the New Zealand Ballet Trust. My final thoughts. The number one vehicle of choice for transport has for 100 years been the motor car. This will, for the foreseeable future anyway, continue. That's because of flexibility, opportunity to go when you like, and not be frustrated in the way that one does generally with public transport. In my view, we should be encouraging and felicitating its use, that is private motor vehicles, not discouraging and inhibiting our chosen transport mode. And my final words are, the golden mile is no longer golden, and I'm very sad to see that happen. I served 16 years on this council. I was proud of the performances we achieved from under the leadership of Mayor Bumsky and Mayor Prendergast, and it saddens me as a Wellingtonian for all my life to see that the prediction of the former Prime Minister Sir John Key about the city dying seems to be happening, and I fear for my grandchildren, and in particular in relation to the costs that I've given you, which will inevitably result, and which in fact could increase on the basis of budgets these days not seemingly being met. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Sorry I haven't got time for questions, but thank you.
All good. No, thank you very much. Appreciate your time. I now invite Greg Wilson to speak.
My name's Greg Wilson. I'm from Epic Hospitality. To give you a hospitality perspective, we've got a number of bars on Courtenay Place. Hands up, who's been to Vinyl Bar? Yep, good. Shady Lady, Courtenay Place. Eva Beaver on Dixon Street, hands up. El Barrio Latino Bar, Dixon Street, hands up, good. And currently we're building a fifth bar on Courtenay Place at the moment. And I have to say how depressing the last few speakers were to listen to, because what we need is, we need a city council that's got some vision for the city. Do you know why I moved to the city 20 years ago? 20 years ago, I got back from London, and I thought, moved back to the family farm down in Dipton, and I thought to myself, where will I move to? Auckland? No, too big a city. I thought, no. Sydney? No, too many Aussies. Melbourne was an option, thought about that, but then I discovered Wellington, absolutely positively Wellington, and I really love that slogan, and that's actually the reason why I moved here 20 years ago. I bought a van, drove here, been here ever since. I love Wellington, I'm really passionate about it. We've built a number of businesses in Wellington over the last 15 years, seven bars, and mostly around Courtenay Place, Cuba Street area. I'm really happy to be able to speak to you guys today. I want to talk about the urgent need for the rejuvenisation of Courtenay Place and the challenges we are facing as operators on Courtenay Place right now. We're trying to build a brand new bar on Courtenay Place in the old Paramount building. Do you know what? All three agencies are against us. Police, liquor licensing inspector, as well as regional public health. Do you know what the police are saying? The police are saying, no, Courtenay Place is too congested at night. Too congested. And I'm not sure if Barry's been out at 10 o'clock on a Friday night, but I can tell you it is congested on a Friday night. Outside Vinyl Bar, you've got 1.8 metres of footpath space. Only 1.8 metres of footpath space. On big rugby nights, you've got like 20,000 people on Courtenay Place, and I can tell you it is congested. It's not working. We have difficulties with our queues at the moment because we're a popular bar, so we have a little queue out the front. We get in trouble with the police because we've got people hanging out the front of the business in a queue because we're a popular bar. Well, you know, sorry for being popular, but the problem is the footpath isn't big enough. You know, and so we need an entertainment precinct that's comfortable and it's big enough and built for purpose, but at the moment it's not. It's failing. And then you look around Courtenay Place and you see those empty bars, those empty tenancies with graffiti out the front. That's just, you know, visitors come along and they see that. And we used to be the Wellington's coolest little, well, the world's coolest little capital. We're not at the moment. We've lost our mojo. Everyone knows it. And what we need is change. And some people really find change hard. You know, they really do. But that's what we need is a visionary council that is ready to make those big changes. You've got, and you know what? The council's job, I believe, is like to build an ecosystem. You guys put the footpaths in, plant the trees, do all that. We'll build the businesses, and we will do that, and we will attract the people. You know, and the days of being able to drive around and park your car out the front of the restaurant, those days are over. That's something of a big town. We want to be a city. We want to be a world-class city. And the way to do that is we've got to be bold and make changes. Otherwise, we end up stagnating and floundering, which is, I feel, where we're at the moment. And businesses will get behind this. We want to invest more in this city and build more bars. You know, and we've just gone through for this new bar a 3-day hearing with the District Licensing Committee. All 3 agencies are up against us for this new licence. We don't want to spend $500,000 into this new business and activate what is currently an empty tenancy with homeless people sleeping out the front, graffiti on it, looks like shit, to be honest. And so that's what we want to do, but we're up against it. We're up against the bureaucracy because the police are saying, oh, no, it's too crowded. No. Regional Public Health are saying, oh, no, ED, hospital admissions are too high. Look at the numbers. But yeah, the numbers aren't great. But we've had a whole lot of social housing in the last couple of years to turn up on Courtenay Place on our doorstep, which we can't control. These people aren't going out and having $14 glasses of Pinot Gris at Vinyl Bar on a Friday night. They've got some really serious needs, but they're affecting the numbers, and so therefore all the agencies are against us. And what that means is it means that it'll be the sharp decline of Courtenay Place, which how sad for the capital. And everyone will have friends in this room, they say, oh, I love coming to Wellington. Oh, why is that? Oh, it's such a compact little city and we like being able to, it feels like it's got a heart to it. We can go down to Cuba Street and Courtenay Place and it feels like a heart. People say that. But, you know, that heart needs work and it needs change and vibrancy and wider footpaths and more trees and outside dining areas. That's what we need in this city. Should have gone off script a bit. I'll just make sure I've covered everything.
There are quite a few questions if you want to leave the final format.
Yep, happy for questions too.
First from me.
Yes.
So you own several bars in Courtenay Place.
Yep.
We heard previously do nothing.
Yep, do nothing.
And but your view is essentially change.
100%.
Doing nothing is a risk, would you say?
I'd say it's the greatest risk because it's do nothing. We can look around now and see how well it's going now. How's it working out now? Well, I can tell you firsthand of operating bars in that area for 2 decades, that Courtenay Place has never been in such a state of disrepair as what it is right now. Right. You walk around and you see the graffiti and closed tenancies, and people aren't investing into new businesses, you know, because it needs the council to come along and go, right, we're gonna build a really great precinct here. This is what it needs. We need a vision.
Awesome. Councillor Paul.
Oh, thanks, Greg. That
No
was
worries.
great. Just keen to hear about your experiences with Dixon Street taking out one side of parking, and then you've obviously got a parklet at El Barrio.
Yes.
So how's that whole experience going?
Oh, look, I can't. It's been brilliant. Do you know what's happened? So since we've taken over 2 car parks and built a parklet outside our Barrio and Eva pub on Dixon Street, we painted it bright, colours, I mean, put some plants out there and it looks great. What's happened is the social surveillance has kind of kicked in, and we've noticed a noticeable improvement in this antisocial behaviour in that area in Te Aro Park. Also, the toilets got removed in that park across the road. That really helped as well. But it's been the council driving that initiative, and what a difference it's making. And I've talked to the body corporates who are very vocal in that area, other business owners, and that's the general feeling of the improvements that have been made there. So well done, City Council, for driving that. Brilliant initiative. We need more of it, because that's what makes a safe, vibrant city, is, you know, activating spaces like that.
Thank you. Councillor McNulty.
Thanks, Greg. I'm kind of hearing this sentiment that council's done nothing and everything's wrong, but then council here is obviously proposing to do quite a lot of something, and that's also wrong. So I guess I'm struggling to reconcile what we should do. Do you have just really clear instructions or thoughts you could lay out for us on what we should do?
Yeah, well, I think we'd absolutely go ahead with the Golden Mile project, and with that vision that's been created, and proceed with it. Enough consulting, let's get on and do it. We've got to make some change, because what's working right, what's happening at the moment, it's just not working. We're well overdue for a big upgrade in the city. We really are. You know, I was in Invercargill a couple of weeks ago. They've got beautiful paved outside areas right in the CBD, really lovely plants everywhere. Gosh, it felt great. Come back to Wellington and here we've got grotty old tar-sealed footpaths, you know, and we're the capital. We should be leading this. Yeah.
Thank you. Can I also ask for the gallery to be quiet while he's speaking? We need to respect every speaker here. Thank you. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. You mentioned a couple of things, precinct and ecosystem, and I just wondered, do you think we're doing enough about sort of looking at it from a precinct perspective as opposed to a road going through or whatever? I just wondered whether, you know, we're doing enough from a, you know, sort of a broader precinct, you know, around that Courtney Place arts.
Look, that's a good question, and I think probably not. And I think to recognise it as a precinct, as a special area for Wellington would be great. We feel as operators, as bar operators in Courtney Place, that we don't get that it's not a recognised jewel of Wellington's crown. That's sort of the general feeling. We feel it's been neglected for a long time. Nothing's changed for decades, apart from maybe some more lighting or the top of one end of Courtney Place got some nice paving, but that was not enough. Yeah, we feel like it's been left out a bit.
Thank you. Thank you. Very short question from Councillor Randall.
Yeah.
Yes. So you say so you support the plan as it is. If there was one thing you would do differently from what the plan is, what would it be?
Oh, good question. One plan different. I would probably do a massive big string of festoon lights down the whole street from building to building right across the road, and people would walk in and visitors would come to the city and they'd turn up and walk down there and go, wow, oh, amazing, what a precinct. You know, that's what I do.
Very positive idea to end that presentation. But
I'll help hang them up.
Done. Thank you for your energy. Thank you for your feedback.
Thank you very much. And just some final comments. I'm so keen for this project to go ahead that if you guys don't sort it out, I'll run for mayor and I'll come back and sort it out myself.
No, you won't. No, you won't.
Thank you very much.
I now welcome Ed Gibbs from Wellington Chamber of Commerce.
Kia ora koutou. Good afternoon. Firstly, I'd like to thank councillors and officers for the opportunity to provide comment on the proposed traffic resolutions plan for the Golden Mile as part of the Let's Get Wellington Moving suite of projects. Thanks for taking the time to review the Chamber of Commerce's submission, which I'll take as read, and thank you for this opportunity to present to you today. Thanks also to the Let's Get Wellington Moving engagement team, who fielded countless questions from me and others in recent weeks. The Chamber of Commerce, as many of you will know, has represented organisations in Wellington region for over 165 years. We are one of the longest standing membership bodies in Aotearoa, New Zealand. In the city, we represent over 1,000 organisations of all shapes and sizes, from small family businesses to non-profits and incorporated societies, as well as some of the largest businesses in the region. Though I think it's really important to say we're not just the voice of vested interests and the men in grey suits, but we're also the face of some really exciting business activity that's taking place in the city. I know a number of you will have been at the Export Awards last week, which is case in point, and we saw the brilliances of businesses like Kogo and Garage Project. So as a chamber, we're really proud to be able to celebrate that sort of success. As such, we don't just speak as a single voice. Rather, we represent the collective views of a significant proportion of businesses and enterprise across Wellington. Please keep this in mind as you review our submission and hear from me today. As many of you know, I joined the Chamber back in March and lead our corporate affairs and policy work, having recently relocated over here from London, which, as a few people have pointed out, has some excellent public transport. Though I'd like to say I'm loving Wellington. It's great being a recent immigrant, and it's really interesting opportunity to get involved in the debate around the city's future. Please accept the apologies of my Chief Executive, Simon Arcus, who's currently overseas. Many familiar faces around the table this morning, and it's been a pleasure to meet with many of you in person over the last few months. For those I haven't yet had the chance to connect with, I'd be delighted to arrange an opportunity to meet with you directly to discuss the Chamber's vision for the future of the city. However, while I might be fairly new to Wellington, the Chamber has been engaging closely with Let's Get Wellington Moving over a number of years. In fact, I believe the most recent was our 19th submission on the matter. I understand that the Council has also received submissions from our fellow trade associations, Property Council New Zealand, Hospitality New Zealand, and Retail New Zealand. These submissions clearly outline some of the practical concerns of businesses in the city that will be directly impacted by the proposals for the Golden Mile as currently envisaged. We're supportive of these practical concerns. However, as they've already been covered in detail, I won't waste your time in running through them again today. Though I will note that some of the proposals, as set out, don't appear to be aligned with the Council's wider environmental and sustainability objectives. For example, the requirement that only vehicles over 6 metres in length will be eligible to apply for the goods and service vehicles exemption would seem to favour large, noisy and polluting diesel trucks over discreet, clean and quiet EV alternatives. Principally, though, we'd like to highlight our concerns relating to the overarching financial viability of Let's Get Wellington Moving's $7.5 billion transport project. That's the overarching suite of projects. The value for money case behind the Golden Mile, for which I understand now stands at upwards of $140 million, as well as urging all councillors to use their position and authority to press Let's Get Wellington Moving to do better. In relation to the overarching financial viability of LGWM, we're really concerned that ratepayers, of which businesses make up a significant proportion, will be on the hook for vast sums of money without the much needed productivity gains to justify this investment. The government's recent budget made clear that funding initially earmarked for LGWM is in question. Financial transparency moving forward will be critical to the ultimate success of these projects. Now, this may sound doom and gloom, but please don't let that be your takeaway from what I say today. I want to make crystal clear that the Chamber is not advocating for a continuance of the status quo. Wellington is crying out for significant infrastructure investment, and for too long, progress has stalled. The Chamber is supportive of the wider transformative programme envisaged by LGWM, which would see mass rapid transit and encourage urban density within Wellington City. However, we are concerned that the current approach to the Golden Mile jeopardises this wider progress and endangers the associated potential productivity and quality of life gains we've seen delivered by big infrastructure projects elsewhere. For example, Crossrail in London has significantly reduced journey times across the city, better connected key airports with public transport, enabled new housing developments, and expanded the commutable area around the city, though it must be said that the costs of this project were absolutely eye-watering. By comparison, the Golden Mile project risks tinkering around the edges, causing the likely flow-on effect of adding congestion to other parts of the city without meaningfully advancing the wider strategic benefits promised by the transformative programme. At a time where whānau businesses across New Zealand are having to trim their budgets and make challenging decisions, the Chamber therefore urges LGWM to rescale and reprioritise the overall programme to focus on those initiatives that promise the greatest return for Wellington. We're very much prepared to help the Mayor, councillors and officials on anything constructive to identify a clear plan for moving forward, where we move the big rocks and see major projects completed at speed. However, if LGWM is to succeed, the organisation must do better. I challenge you to find 5 people who don't roll their eyes when they hear the words, "Let's get Wellington moving." In fact, I'd wager that all of you here today, regardless of whether you're for or against the projects, would rather spend your time in almost any other way than sitting through yet another evidence session relating to those 4 letters. Put frankly, LGWM's dealings with the public and the business community simply haven't been good enough. It's not okay for the information promised in the early stages of a consultation period to only be shared almost 2 weeks after engagement has concluded. Now, to be clear, I'm not faulting the performance of any single team or individual. As I said up front, the engagement team has been really helpful through the consultation period. That said, though, it's clear that the organisation as a whole isn't performing as it should. Every action taken by LGWM should inspire confidence that the organisation is equipped to deliver some of the most ambitious infrastructure projects in Wellington's history. Now, how many of you can honestly put your hand up and say that's how LGWM makes you feel? In this vein, I urge all councillors, regardless of whether you're for or against, to hold LGWM to the highest standards. Challenging the quality and timeliness of the information you and the public are presented with, and upon which you're expected to make some really difficult decisions, shouldn't be indicative of whether you're an LGWM cheerleader or detractor. Regardless of politics, councillors must press LGWM to do better. If it does not, there's a real risk that the rigmarole surrounding the Golden Mile spreads to the wider transformative programme, and the much-needed productivity and environmental benefits of those initiatives are lost altogether. This would be an incredible shame, and one that I don't believe our city can afford. So, to summarise and conclude. Firstly, all infrastructure works are disruptive, but the Golden Mile's proposals present significant issues for businesses along this stretch, as we've heard over the last couple of days, and I believe there are further steps that could be taken to mitigate these concerns and issues. Secondly, Wellington requires far-reaching infrastructure investment in projects such as mass rapid transit. This will not come cheap, and the Golden Mile proposals risk a limited return for significant outlay. It's critical that we have robust and transparent discussions around costs and financing. Thirdly, if the big rocks are to be moved and major projects delivered at speed, things can't continue as they have been. Let's Get Wellington Moving must do better. We look forward to continued engagement with the Council over the weeks and months ahead. You're an organisation which is a critical stakeholder in ensuring Wellington thrives as a place to live, work and do business. And as such, the Chamber takes a keen interest in the Council's activities and finances. We're particularly concerned about the very high levels of debt the Council is carrying at present and the persistent upward trends towards higher rates. Wellington can't afford for Let's Get Wellington Moving to further weigh on the purse strings. We look forward to working constructively with you all on these wider concerns as the long-term plan review progresses, and I've had some really interesting discussions already with councillors around the forthcoming rates review, and I look forward to getting further stuck into that in the weeks ahead. So thanks again for your time today. Kia ora.
Thank you, Ed. That was incredibly articulate and very useful. We only have a short question from Councillor Randall.
Thank you, Ed. Your points are very well made. My question is, we're looking at this particular Golden Mile plan. So are you, as a chamber, really asking that, what's its position on this plan? Do they say the plan should proceed, or are you asking for, with respect to the Golden Mile plan, a reset or relook at it?
Thanks, Tony. So I think we'd agree with lots of the comments made today that the current state of the Golden Mile is just not good enough for a capital city, though our principal concerns relate to issues raised by organisations such as Retail New Zealand and Property Council New Zealand. There are real issues with the proposals as they stand for businesses to continue to operate practically both through the construction but also ultimately through to the day-to-day state. We believe there's further work that could be done to address those concerns, and the current Golden Mile proposals as envisaged aren't sufficient for business.
Thank you very much, Ed. Appreciate your time.
Thanks very much, all.
I now welcome Chris Dudfield on Zoom.
Can you see me and hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right. Yes, well, good afternoon to you all, and thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I know I mucked the schedule around a wee bit for you, and I appreciate your understanding. Now, I'm basically here to effectively stand in opposition to the current proposal for the Golden Mile, inclusive of the design and proposed reshuffling of Courtenay Place. LGWM, something of a misnomer actually, if you think about it. Talk of revitalisation, of creating a more vibrant and welcoming place to live, work and play, while also making it safer to move around. But it's probably time for us at this stage to get real. The Lambton precinct is a bustling, dynamic and vital part of town. It's the retail, commercial and financial hub of Wellington, and it's the beating heart of the city. With the current cycle network plan, you have already managed to clog up quite a few of the arteries leading into it. And now it seems as though LGWM want to rip the heart right out of the place. The latest proposals effectively create an elongate picnic zone, or as I would refer to it, Prozac Plaza. You're creating barriers to entry and you are threatening the viability of businesses. I believe something like 60 around Wellington have already met their demise, and you are now helping ensure the demise of many more. And you're impacting Wellington's critical economic infrastructure. Nor is LGWM dealing with the actual physical infrastructure that needs to take place, the renewal of and installation of new infrastructure. As a part of their total overall scheme, they seem to neglect any other possibilities. They ain't looking to such things as water storage for extreme rain events. I mean, you possibly have heard the phrase sponge cities. There's this idea around the world at the moment that one way of dealing with extreme rain events is to divert water into storage areas, and when people are upgrading central areas or CBD zones, they tend to incorporate those storage areas so that in fact the flooding implications for the future are minimized, and basically the city is effectively protected climatically. Wellington, I believe, has other issues like many other cities around the world. We have sea levels that are rising. I've just been at a meeting in Island Bay with a professor of public policy who seemed to think that part of the CBD is going to be inundated. And unless other things are done, where money is actually extended in other areas to protect the city, such as a barrier at the heads, what we're proposing here is just going to become a urban bayou anyway. And at the end of the day, I suppose we might sort of have the LGWM people saying that, hey, listen, we can actually provide electric motors for your boats. But at the end of the day, I think we've really got to start moving on with the things that Wellington really needs. We've got a government that's handed out 6.4 billion, is it? And now trying to tell us what we want. They've got an ETS that they constantly seem to be tweaking. And the latest thing is the exclusion of cars from the CBD to reduce emissions. I suppose their object is to hit zero carbon by 2050 or whatever that might mean, because I don't see it being achievable. Rather than fiddle with Wellington, they should divert their attention further up the line, getting to clean energy production and implementation of a green hydrogen economy. The fact is that transport in all forms accounts for approximately 10% of global CO2 emissions, and it's on a par with global steel production. On one hand, the government's handing out money for people to buy their electric smugmobiles, and on the other, they are trying to keep vehicles from the city. And that sounds a little bipolar to me. And I don't think it's a good foundation for establishing the principles of redesigning the central city, and particularly essential parts of the central city like the Lambton district. During the flybys, actually.
Oh, we actually need you to wrap up. Thank you, Chris. We've
Oh,
come to
yeah,
the end
right.
of our
Yeah. Well,
time.
what I'll basically say is, you know, when I look at the flybys, we're looking at a lot of streets without a lot of people in them. Some of you here may remember the Manners Mall, another failed, shall we say, attempt to bring in sort of pedestrian ways for Wellington. And at the moment, you're just proposing that we extend this north and south. I mean, if LGWM can't perform better, they need to dump all of the consultants that are currently at the money trough, and they need to actually vacate their role.
Thank you,
Over and
Chris. Thank you. Really appreciate your time. Good to see you.
Likewise.
We now come to our final speaker, Alex Gray from NZAA District Council.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors. Thanks for squeezing me in. We did actually say we wanted to present and somehow or another got lost in translation, so that's why I'm the tail end Charlie today. First of all, I'd like to say the Automobile Association is not opposed to Golden Mile revitalisation, but we do have a number of concerns and caveats. And from a construction perspective, which I've been doing for many years, my view is that you do it once and you do it right, and the devil is in the detail. And there's not much detail supplied in the traffic resolution plans, in my view. So our biggest concern relates to the shared pathways which are proposed for Lambton Quay, and here's the beginning of them. Everything shaded in red is a shared pathway. And I circulated to a couple of councillors last night, shared pathways and e-bikes do not work in high pedestrian count areas. There was an accident in Sydney in April of this year where a pregnant lady got hit by an e-bike which actually had two people on it, one person on the handlebars, and she was in hospital for 2 months and had a badly fractured foot. From our point of view, we can't see a need for a cycleway on both Lambton Quay and Featherston Street. They're only one block apart. And from a safety perspective, we think it would be a lot better if the cycleway on Lambton Quay was actually deleted and the cyclists stayed on Featherston Street and came down the side streets to access Lambton Quay. Just to give you an idea, a cargo bike is as long as a Harley Davidson, and I ride an e-bike to work. It's limited at 30 kilometres an hour unless you take the chip out, in which case it can do 50 kilometres an hour. Now I ask you, councillors, would you like to be walking on a footpath with people whizzing past at 50 kilometres an hour? Because there are people out there now doing 50 kilometres an hour on e-bikes. The next thing I'd like to raise is there's no evidence of additional bicycle parking facilities. And having had an e-bike pinched, I think it's important that the council actually considers providing better parking facilities like the Locky Docks, which have appeared outside the hospital and a few other places. The other point we'd like to make is that the proposal to widen the footpath, which mainly seems to be on the eastern side, doesn't provide adequate pedestrian cover. This is not Barcelona. We have 145 days of rain a year in Wellington, and so the pedestrian benefits that are claimed are obviously calculated on 365 days a year. They should probably be divided by almost half. I guess the other question we've got is, why is the footpath being widened on the eastern side when the majority of the foot traffic is actually on the western side? So that's something else that we'd like to sort of be investigated. The next one relates to bus stops, and just for a change, we're on the same page as Councillor Pannett. And that might seem a bit unusual, but the point that we'd like to make is that they're proposing to remove bus stops outside the Public Trust building and outside the former David Jones building. And the one outside the David Jones building is one of the most popular bus stops in Wellington. I've used it regularly when I've had a few drinks over at One Red Dog or the Foxglove Bar. And so I cannot understand why they're proposing to delete that bus stop, and I think that one should be reinstated. The other issue I have, which I raised with Regional Council, is that there is no passing lane for buses there. And as we all know, buses quite often travel in what are called platoons, where there's 3 or 4 buses at once. And typically what happens is Murphy's Law. The first bus has got about 10 or 15 passengers to pick up. The next buses stop, and they might only have no passengers or 1 or 2. And at the moment, the buses at the back can overtake the bus which is taking a lot of passengers. The current arrangement, which is shown on the WSP plans, doesn't allow for that. And so we think that's also a mistake. And so what we've actually said is closing both these bus stops will not encourage greater use of public transport and will disadvantage less mobile and older Wellingtonians and visitors to the city. The next thing we'd like to talk about is the authorisation system for vehicles accessing the Golden Mile area, because we can see some problems there. You know, there's a proposal that the 5 working days time frame is okay for processing. Well, what happens if somebody in a small building's got a blocked toilet? Are you trying to say that the plumber who's going to try and come and unblock it's got to wait 5 days to get approval? What we've said is that there are existing technology and apps that can be used to streamline this process, and there should be provision for pre-approved suppliers to gain quick access if needed. It makes common sense here. I mean, there are people who need to access at short notice, whether they're a plumber or, even better, here's somebody stuck in a lift. You know, you're saying if somebody's stuck in a lift that they're going to have to wait 5 days to be extracted? Surely not. Next one we've got on our list is public education. There are still lots of people out there who don't realise that the terrace with the office blocks is actually 30 kilometres an hour. And you know, the road will not have a physical barrier as we understand it. And so we really think that there needs to be a lot of publicity in advance of giving out any tickets, because when you look at the Auckland model, I understand that in Queen Street, they've issued tickets totalling some $300,000 or $400,000 in quite a short period because people don't read signs. They just carry on doing what they've done for the last 100 years. So we strongly encourage the council and Let's Get Wellington Moving to do the, to actually publicise this correctly or in advance so that people are aware. Our next issue is the loss of drop-off capability, which has been raised by a previous speaker. A good example is the St James Theatre. I recently went there with my in-laws who are 83 and are frail and can't walk very far. And so as per previous arrangements, I dropped them off at the front door, then took the car off to Te Papa for a car park, and we all enjoyed the opera. Now Let's Get Wellington Moving and the council are saying that that road won't be open to ordinary cars until 9 p.m. We asked Let's Get Wellington Moving at a presentation why couldn't they change it to 7 p.m. so that you could drop people off at the opera at the St James. And their answer was, oh, we've looked into that and we don't think it's worth doing. They can get off at Taranaki Street or Tory Street and walk. Well, you know, we've said, well, that's still a fair walk, and knowing Wellington's weather, if it's in the winter, it's probably going to be raining and blowing. The end result will be that the creative arts will actually suffer because people who want to go, who are a bit frail or elderly, will say, well, bugger it, I can't get up to the front door, I'm not going. The next one that we've looked at is we understand that to support the Golden Mile changes, there's going to be a loss of a lot of car parks. And so we asked Let's Get Wellington Moving, what are they going to do about increasing parking at outer areas like Johnsonville, Pororua, Lower Hutt, Petone, because all the commuter parks there are currently full. And so if you want to travel off-peak, like I'm semi-retired, and that's when I travel, you can't park your car there because the parks are full and the adjoining streets are full. And the answer that Let's Get Wellington Moving gave was well, that's outside our brief. So what we're really saying is if they're not prepared to provide additional car parks, then the economic disbenefit should be included in their calculations. Final thoughts. Many of our concerns relate to the impact of the proposed changes on less mobile, less abled and older members of the Wellington community and visitors to our city. In our view, many of the proposals could have benefited from increased focus on the practical implications for these groups. So we strongly encourage the council and Let's Get Wellington Moving to bear this in mind as they continue their work. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Councillor Randall.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to ask the same question I asked the Chamber of Commerce. In front of us, we have a very specific plan to proceed or not proceed. I just want to be clear whether the Automobile Association is supporting this current plan to proceed, or whether you think there's more of a reset and a bit more rework needs to be done.
Yeah, the answer to that question really is we've already raised concerns about shared paths not being appropriate on Lambton Quay. We also raised the issue of a shared path at the junction of Tory and Courtenay Place being a safety issue. So, you know, my thought was, well, our thought really was that it needs tweaking. It's not perfect, and previous speakers mentioned the high financial cost and disruption. Maybe it's time to have a workshop and tackle just Lambton Quay and Willis Street and sort out the things that are not quite right there. Go ahead with those, and then at the same time move on to Courtenay Place and tackle that. But you know, we think the Golden Mile needs revitalising. It's a question of how you do it, and the devil's in the detail.
Thank you, Alex. There's actually some really useful things that we can take away from that, so really appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good day. That actually brings us to the end of our schedule, so we will vote to receive these submissions. There's a report that will be prepared for 29th June Council meeting, which will go into more detail, and councillors will have another opportunity to ask questions, and I know we have a briefing coming up as well. I will move the motion. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Matthews. Any debate? Nope. Let's go to a vote. That has passed. I declare the meeting closed. I'll close with a karakia. Unuhia, unuhia ki te uru tapu nui, kia wātia, kia māma, te nākau, te tinana, te wairua, e te ara takatū, koia rā e rongo, whakairia ake ki runga, kia wātia, ai rā, ko wātia. Well done, everyone.